All right, we are live. This is Sound Booth Theater Live, and today I'm doing the cold reads for Chrysalis 4, Between an Ant and a Carapace. No, what? Between a rock and a carapace. Derp. Anyway, thank you guys for coming. I'm really excited to get started here. Because, yeah, it's been a little bit since we did Chrysalis. And I really enjoy narrating this series. It's so much fun. It's the energy that Anthony has, right? Sorry, I forgot to announce to my Discord that this is happening. For Chrysalis 4. Happening, meow. All right, so thank you guys again for coming. I really appreciate it. Oh, so I'm going to back up from the mic a little bit because I got a little bit later of a start than I wanted to, but I didn't want to start the stream too late. I need food in my belly in order to actually drink this black tea, because if I don't, it gets upset. Well, this is going to be a really good book. I've already read the first 18%. Unfortunately, I can't read the whole thing before I get started because I gotta get started. I better clean my glasses too. Bill Underbridge, good to see you. Benjamin Wagner, good to see you. Naya Romanov, I don't think I've seen you here before, but thanks for coming. Jean-Pierre Salomon, how do you say your last name? I don't know. I did my best. Dreve, good to see you. And Thorfax. Lots of people here today. Here's my wanky tea, as Flipster likes to say. But this is, I mean, what qualifies tea to be wanky? Because this is Earl Grey. This is cream Earl Grey. I feel like there's some tea cred in there. Ytech says, "Hey Jeff, I've never heard this one. New series or book? Nope, not a new series. It's book 4. Yeah, the first 3 are on Audible right now. Actually, we won an award for best comedy performance in an audio thing. I don't even remember who it was that gave it to us now, to be honest. But there was, what's his name? The Blazing Saddles guy. Oh my God. How am I forgetting his name? Anyway, he was up for the award and we won. Annie and I won. So there must be something to this series. People love it. I love it. I think it's really funny. And yeah, it's really pretty straightforward. Main character reincarnates as an ant, a giant monstrous ant, and he gets to level up and everything. He eats orbs and he gathers pets, and Mel Brooks, that's his name. Yes, thank you, sir. And so yeah, it's very straightforward in that regard. He just keeps becoming a bigger, better ant. He meets humans. Some of the humans become his friends. Begrudgingly. It's begrudging from his side, really. Yeah, in book 3, spoiler alert, everybody, Anthony defeats a mega boss named Garralosh. So we're starting off book 4 in the aftermath of that boss fight, in which many ants died, yet many monsters that Garralosh was leading also died. So there's a lot of biomass for them to consume, which means they get to level up a lot. All right. Yeah, I beat out Mel Brooks, right? Hey, Tristan. Razor Casket, good to see you too. Sounds like a phone game. Lit phone games. That's funny. All right, so I'm going to clean my glasses, and then I'm going to pretty much get started here. Hope you guys are having a good morning so far. You know, I haven't turned the light on in here. I have like this ring light going on. Is it washing me out too much? Should I put some backlighting on? JTJ just finished narrating something. It's called Dead Tired. Razor Casket says, "Hey Jeff, did you stop using a booth?" Well, sort of. I consider this sort of a booth, but it's a whole bedroom. So, yeah, I tricked it out so that it should make me sound pretty good. If I'm being honest, after having used it for a while, I don't think it sounds quite as good as my booth, but it is a huge improvement on quality of life when it comes to working. So I think it's a fair trade. Thank you, Razor Casket. So what do you guys think? Should I turn on the light? Let's see. There we go. How's that? Is that better? You guys think that's better? Light. Dark. Light. Dark. I think light. Because my face looks like fucking Blair Witch when I turn the light off. Sound room theater. All right. Here goes. Oh, right. I need to download a standard template here. I forget where the templates reside. Template. Oh, there's nothing in here. God damn it. Okay, I'll just have to I don't trust anybody else's sets here. Here we go. Oh, good. Rob LaFlame says that mask poster on the door is staring into my soul. Good. That is the proper function of that mask poster. And it's actually not a poster. It's actually a sound deadening. Let's see. Is it downloaded yet? Come on. Download faster. Yeah, my favorite is the DB poster there. Not a poster, again, sound deadening. It's actually covering a window. And between that and the window is like a lead curtain type thing, so. Oh no. Oh, my padding's coming down. Oh, it's because of these damn bass traps. I'll have to fix that later. And as you can see, I have my Warwick on display here. So that is the bass I've done most of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel music with. Here we go. Ableton sets. New folder. Chrysalis 4. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, I'm almost done. Next DCC is going to be insane. I've listened to it twice now. It's amazing. Now, wait, are you talking about DCC 7 or are you talking about the next episode of the audio immersion tunnel? It drops next Tuesday on Halloween. I don't do Discord at the same time now. There we go. And we're all set. Oh boy. Oh no. Fuck. No. This is not a good one to use. Fuck. Alright, I'll just use Everybody Loves Our Chest then. Don't save. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to reach a climax or not for DCC 7 Razor Casket. Here we go. All right, get rid of these. Go back to Chrysalis. There we go. Here, save. All right. And now, just to make sure I don't fuck anything up. There we go. All right. And let's go ahead and share screen here. I'm doing it live. That's correct. Share screen. Wah! Let's do it this way. How's that? That's better. There we go. It will be crazy. I'm so looking forward to DCC 7. Razor Casket, did you pre-order the audio immersion tunnel season? By the way, guys, right before I get started, I want to remind you all that we do have our Halloween sale still going on right now. So if you go to our website, right on the front page, you're going to see a link that'll take you to our sale. What is it called? Sale. I want to say splash page, but that's not the right word. Our sale landing page, that's what it's called. Our sale landing page is right there on the front. Click on that. You'll see all the different titles that we have for sale for 20% off. Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon, Seance, High Falls, lots of Vampire Queen, a lot of different stuff. And actually for Kaiju, you only get the discount if you buy the whole series at once, but there's a whole series at once button, don't worry, and it's further discounted that way. So now, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but when you buy a full cinematic series or season of a series, you get a little discount on each episode, and then you're going to get another 20% off if you get it through the Halloween sale. So the Halloween sale ends the day after Halloween. So don't delay. Get your savings today. Oh, Manifest Burrow. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion for your channel viewers. Blah, 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 blah. No thanks. Bye. All right, here goes. I am so ready. All right, this is Chrysalis 4 by Rhino Z. Between a rock and a carapace. I just love the puns that they make the titles out of. All right. Let's see. Chapter 1. Heat is falling. Heat is rising. 100 of the most highly trained and powerful warriors within the Lyria bulwark sat in the tunnels, sweat and grime covering their forms, each exhausted. They'd battled for hours here on the edge of the defensive line. Wave after wave of shadow beasts had assaulted their position. Even the odd demon had been mixed in, something Mirren never thought she'd see. All right, let me hear that back. I have not done any warming up today, so... 100 of the most highly trained and powerful warriors within the Lyria bulwark sat in the tunnels, sweat and grime covering their forms, each exhausted. I could definitely do this. They'd battled for hours here on the edge. Doing it again. Need to wake up. More tea. Just the voice quality wasn't quite there. Chapter 1. Heat is falling. Heat is rising. 100 of the most highly trained and powerful warriors within the Lyria bulwark sat in the tunnels, sweat and grime covering their forms, each exhausted. They'd battled for hours here on the edge of the They'd battled for hours here on the edge of the defensive line. Wave after wave of shadow beasts had assaulted their position. Even the odd demon had been mixed in, something Mirren never thought she'd see. A shoulder tap drew Mirren's gaze around, then up at the monstrous auxiliary soldier beside her. Unable to talk with a grotesquely fanged muzzle where his mouth had once been, he raised his claw-tipped paws and gestured to her in the simple yet effective sign language. Unable to talk with a grotesquely fanged muzzle where his mouth had once been. Unable to talk with a grotesquely fanged muzzle where his mouth had once been, he raised his claw-tipped paws and gestured to her in the simple yet effective sign language she'd learned at the fort. His was a question many had on their minds, one Mirren didn't have an answer to. All right, and okay. I've only heard stories, but I've never seen anything like... She gestured helplessly toward the scene that held them all captive for the last 20 minutes. That. And let me give Annie some direction here. Exhausted. In awe. There we go. Head cocked to one side, the auxiliary nodded politely and turned back to watch the spectacle. Mirren kept her eye on him for a moment longer. It had taken her some time to grow accustomed to the auxiliaries. Half human, half monster. They were not a pretty sight to see. Not to mention, no two were ever the same. The twisted mutations they manifested depended in part on the monster flesh they were fed and... The twisted mutations they manifested depended in part on the monster flesh they were fed and on the human being. Still, after fighting alongside them this last week... Still, after fighting alongside them this last week, she'd gotten over her reservations. Condemned criminals they may have been. Down here, they were Legion. A blinding flash of light forced her to shut her eyes, and a deafening crash followed. A hail of stones and debris announced the use of another rock-shattering skull. A hail of stones and debris announced the use of another rock-shattering skill. The constant howl and scream of monsters dimmed for just a second before it rose once more to a fever pitch. It was hell down here. Day in, day out, they'd fought and battled until they could no longer stand, until their hands until their hands no longer worked, and they needed to be pried out of their armor, scrubbed down by workers, and thrown into a bed for a few hours of nightmare-plagued sleep. Then, back into the action. Mirren had... Mirren... Mirren had fired so many arrows, slain so many monsters, she was sure the dungeon would have been empty by now. But it didn't make a dent. Nothing did. This was only one fort along the bulwark, and hundreds of thousands of monsters had met their doom here. And it was never enough. Mirren turned to her other side and laid a hand on the scarred runic metal of her new partner. The abyssal armor she'd been issued, a fine example of the medium-sized ranger pattern she'd been wearing throughout the conflict. The abyssal armor she'd been issued, a fine example of the medium-sized ranger pattern she'd been wearing throughout the conflict. Since they'd been relieved at the front, she figured she may as well take it off and rest for a moment. It wasn't exactly heavy, but wearing the armor was taxing on the mind and spirit. Boom! Another impact pierced the shriek of monsters. Dust and rock battered into the tunnel walls, drawing her attention back to the battle still taking place not even 50 meters from where she sat. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling better. Feeling like getting back into the swing of it. I honestly don't like narrating with this voice as much as I like narrating as Anthony. I do like narrating with this voice, but Anthony's just so infectious. I did not forget my... How dare you, sir? I have narration socks on right now. By the way, very, very soon, we will be selling Sound Booth Theater narration socks. That's correct. Now you too can wield the power of Sound Booth Theater through your feet and into your voice. We're setting up our physical distribution site very soon. We'll be selling our books on tape there. If you guys haven't seen our books on tape, basically it's our cinematic stuff on a USB that looks like a cassette tape. They're like the coolest shit. We've been selling them at cons as much as we can, but for the first time, we'll be making them available to purchase through our website. So I hope you guys enjoy those. And of course, the narration socks will be available. And some of you may think I'm joking. I'm not joking. The narration socks are coming, and they are officially Sound Booth Theater branded, and they are scientifically proven to improve your narration skills. So they are narration +1 socks. Excuse me. Indeed. Indeed. Boom! Boom. We have narration socks. Yeah, your dreams are... all of your dreams are coming true. Encased in his oversized, rune-inscribed abyssal armor, the commander, alone, held the tunnel. Need to write a narrator? Breaking out the socks. Okay. Good. His great axe, his great axe hummed with delight as each swing sent red blades of light tearing through dozens of monsters. Every now and again, he would stomp with one armored foot, and the tunnel itself would shake, forcing everything in front of him to stumble, which allowed him to wind up another swing. He'd been at it for 20 minutes already. The commander had just shown up, pushed his way to the front, and started tearing monsters apart with those wide, impossibly powerful swings. They'd tried to help at first, but the commander gestured for them to move back and kept going. So they had. It was surreal to be here at the front and not fighting. She could tell from the bemused expressions of those around her that they felt the same. Mirren sighed. Every muscle ached. In fact, she could barely remember a time when they hadn't ached. What had life been like before she'd come down into the dungeon on this delve? What did the sun even look like? It hardly mattered. It was bright enough down here. The tunnels had constantly blazed with light ever since the wave started. As she pondered the glare of the dungeon, her eyes flicked towards... As she pondered the glare of the dungeon, her eyes flicked towards the veins. As she pondered the glare of the dungeon, her eyes flicked toward the veins lining the tunnel That's supposed to be a period. As she pondered the glare of the dungeon, her eyes flicked toward the veins lining the tunnel. A frown creased her face as she tried to register what it... A frown creased her face as she tried to register what it was that she thought she saw. She slowly stood and... She slowly stood and closed in on the closest wall, her attention fixated on it to the point that even the horrific sounds... She slowly stood and closed in on the closet wall, her attention fixated on it to the point even the horrific sounds of battle faded from her mind. What blends together? I am confused. What do you mean? Can't... I'm being all fussy about my damn microphone stand. Oh, there we go. Now it's completely out of the shot. That's kind of funny. Is that better? Is that a better shot, do you think? I'll keep it that way. Okay. Battle faded from her mind. I will shit up. I will shit up and take your money. Battle faded from her mind. From her mind. Where did it go? There it is. There was something about the walls. There was something about the walls. There was something about the walls. Something about the mana veins. She stared straight at one from only a few meters away. Wait. When had she started to be able to stare straight at one? She could... straight at one from only a few meters away. Wait. When had she started to be able to stare straight at one? When had she started to be able to stare straight at one? That was gross. One. She could now because the mana was decreasing? She could now because the mana was decreasing? In one motion, she turned and sprinted back to where her fellow legionaries rested, shouting at the top of her lungs like a banshee. The mana is decreasing! The wave is ending! The mana is decreasing! At first, they looked at her as if she were mad. What did she think she was doing? Gradually, they realized what she was saying, what it could mean if it were true. One by one, they turned to the walls. It didn't take long for them to confirm her claims with their own eyes, and with delighted roars of triumph, the Legion leapt to its feet. There was jubilation, hugs, even the monster auxiliaries were howling and snarling with glee. With spirits renewed and joy in their hearts, the legionaries suited up, readied their weapons, and charged into battle alongside the tireless commander. One last push, and then it would all be over. 5 hours later, still in her armor, Mirren lay flat on the ground of the tunnel. The flow of monsters had begun to decrease at last, and when the relieving force The flow of monsters had begun to decrease at last, and when the relieving force arrived from Rayla, her squad had chosen to stay on for an extra hour to help beat the last of the enemy back. The flow of... Alright, so, I'm not sure about my pronunciation of Rayla, so I'm gonna have to look that up. Excuse me.
This is on.
All right. So do I have this on? That's on. Okay, you guys can hear the playback, right? Is this true? Did you hear? Oh, thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was given to me as a gift. All right, so I have to look up the pronunciation of Rayla. Let's see here. Open up. Nope. Come on now. All right, I need to buy, god damn it. Now I need to buy the Kindle version. There we go. Sorry, guys. Rayla. No? Are you kidding me? Apparently this word hasn't shown up before, so I'll just make it up. The flow of monsters had begun to decrease at last, and when the relieving force arrived from Rayla, her squad had chosen to stay on for an extra hour. Damn it. I don't know why stay on is hard for me to say. The flow of monsters had begun to decrease at last, and when the relieving force arrived from Rayla, her squad had chosen to stay on for an extra hour to help beat the last of the enemy back. In truth, with the commander there, it had been the easiest shift she'd had across the entire wave. The man wasn't human. Mirren understood that in some ways. Neither was she. Nope. Mirren understood that in some ways neither was she. But Titus was so far beyond her own limits he simply couldn't be the same species anymore. Just what did a legionary have to go through to get that strong? She wasn't sure she wanted to know. With a grimace, she sat up and took stock. The battle still raged, though at a reduced cadence, some 200 meters away. She'd retreated back to the fort proper, and most of the legionaries on her shift were still there, taking a brief rest before they hit their bunks. The commander was still on his feet. He walked from soldier to soldier, a word here, a pat on the shoulder there. Fuck. He walked from soldier to soldier, a word here, a pat on the shoulder there. His eyes gleamed with fierce energy all the while. He didn't even look tired. When he caught her staring, he said a final word to the legionary he was speaking with and moved toward her. He said a final word to the legionary he was speaking with and moved toward her. No, let's try that one more time. When he caught her staring, he said a final word to the legionary he was speaking with and moved toward her. There we go. How's it spelt? Flibster asked. Raileh. Finally getting my mana levels back to where they used to be. He told her quietly. Taken quite a while to get my motor running again. It was clear he'd seen what she was thinking, and Mirren couldn't help but blush at how easily she was read. I've never seen anything like it, Commander. I didn't mean to be rude. He waved a hand to dismiss her concern. Don't think much of it. Those of us who've served the deep are a lot different than most. You haven't met any legionaries who've been that low other than me. We rarely come back up at all. And I didn't even record that. Yay! Don't think much of it. Those of us who've served the deep are a little different than most. You haven't met any legionaries who've been that low other than me. We rarely come back up at all. Why did you, Commander? A little of the light went out of his eyes. My children. My wife became pregnant, and I requested a transfer to the surface. I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have pried. It's fine. A tussle at the entrance to the fort broke their awkward silence before it could truly settle, and a haggard-looking messenger burst forward. Commander, sir! The Dungeon Seers have reported! Garralosh has been slain! Let's get rid of some of these. Check 1, check 2. Here we are. Call this one Dude 3. And change some colors up. And let's see, let's make another AI. just for Annie. We'll name these all Annie. And let's make one more dude. And change the color to, let's say, blue. No, this blue. That blue. There we go. All right. So that's a chapter, guys. Made it through pretty quick. Nice for starting out the day. How's everybody doing out there? Ah, I see what you're saying. They blend together nice, though. You're saying so I do the third person narration when it's not Anthony narrating, which is what I was just doing. So it's like deeper and like more dramatic, more storyteller-like. And then with Anthony, it's just like, oh, hello. Oh, look, food. It's time to level up. I want to evolve. All right. On to Anthony. Chapter 2. Food Coma. It took 2 days to clear the battlefield. 2 whole days of the entire colony working round the clock, hauling, cutting, storing and generally stuffing their faces at every possible moment. Even with every ant eating so much, the nest was still stuffed to the brim with biomass, all of it needing to be consumed yesterday. The Queen consumed the most from the moment she recovered until she'd been forced to The Queen consumed the most from the moment she recovered until she'd been forced to rest by concerned members of the 20. Well, the 19 now, I suppose. Grant's core had been recovered, but nobody suggested we Grant's core had been recovered, but nobody suggested we reconstitute her. Having a member of the family, a sibling, start following one of us around as a pet was too weird for any ant to consider. This did mean there was an opening on the council, which I suppose would need to be filled at some point. I have no idea how they plan on going about that. Try and find the next oldest soldier? Raise up a new council from scratch? I don't want to be involved, whatever they decide. I mean, believe me, I've got my own problems. Tiny Crynis and I start consuming the biomass that had once been Garralosh, and it doesn't take as long as... believe me, I've got my own problems. Tiny Crynis and I start consuming the biomass that had once been Garralosh, and it doesn't take us long to conclude a few things. 1. It's a bit strange to be consuming the monstrous remains that had once housed a human being. 2. As expected of the old monster, she was biomass rich. And 3. There is no way we're getting through all of it. And 3. There is no way we're getting through all of it before it... Where does it go? And 3. There is no way we're getting through all of it before it dissolves to nothing. Garralosh was one chunky crock. She must weigh around 20 tons. Even after a good portion was lost to the gravity bomb, we can't handle it all. Even after a good portion was... Even after a good portion was lost to the gravity bomb, we can't handle this all. Not to mention the core we dug out of her. I don't even want to think about them. Damn. I don't even want to think about that massive thing. And since this food is the richest of all, I decided it would make the most sense if it were consumed first. After we fill ourselves to the brim and all of my stomachs are packed, I tell the surrounding ants to dig in, eat some for themselves, take some to the Queen and to Victoria Ant and her sister. Spread the love, you know? The next thing I realise is that I can't stay on the surface for nearly as long as I could before. The mana in my core floods out at a truly disturbing rate now. The mana in my core floods out at a truly disturbing rate now. By the time I finish eating, I'm practically running on fumes and have to roll my swollen abdomen back into the nest. It's a lot harder to manoeuvre in there since my evolution. Quite a few tunnels are too small for me to even... Quite a few tunnels are too small for me to even consider entering. Once I make my way down to my old chamber, I rest there. And so, for the last 2 days, the ever-ongoing cycle of eating and resting has repeated until the surface is somewhat back to normal. The carpet of biomass has been consumed, and the colony is able to return to business as usual. Brood production has gone into overdrive, the Queen now producing 300 eggs per day. Not satisfied with this rate of growth, the colony sought to take advantage of the fading vestiges of the wave and took Victoria and Antoinette out of the nest and into the dungeon for a power-levelling spree. By the evening of the second day, they returned to the nest in triumph. Both have settled in to evolve to the 4th tier, where they will begin their lives as egg-producing queens of the colony. There is quite a lot of energy amongst the nest at that, I have to say. There is quite a lot of energy amongst the nest at that, I have to say. A great deal of excitement and anticipation. It feels as if the very first form... Okay. So, this word, formica, I don't know. I've seen people criticize in reviews that it should be not pronounced the way what I've been pronouncing, which is formica, which is actually also the name of some building material, I believe, that's often used for counters or something. I don't remember exactly what it is. Yeah, I don't know, like, I've heard people say that's not how you pronounce it, but they've never said, oh, how are you supposed to pronounce it? It's Latin, right? Formic acid, so formica? Should I change it, or should I just stick to the same poor pronunciation? If it's even poor pronunciation, maybe formica is the right way to pronounce it. I don't know. Any Latin scholars in the audience right now who can help me out with this? Because I can't find pronunciation anywhere. Formica. Any Latin scholars in the audience, please help me out. I don't know. What should I do? What should I do, everybody? Should I just stick to it, Formica? Keep it. Tristan is saying keep it. Keep Formica? Keep talking about ants as if they are countertops? Okay, I'm keeping it. Someone was full of shit. Formica. Okay. Facebook user says Formica. But that's speculation, I would think, is what they say. I don't know, guys. I'm going to stick with it. There is quite a lot of energy. There is quite a lot of energy wherever I find where I was before. Hello, where were you? Brood production for the last 2 days, ever going 18. There is quite a lot of energy amongst the nest at that, I have to say. There is quite a lot of energy amongst the nest at that, I have to say. A great deal of excitement and anticipation. It feels as if the very first Formica sapiens colony has reached a major milestone of producing our first homegrown egg-laying queens. Okay, here we go. In medical terminology, I would pronounce it Formica. And that's Latin, right? Like they use Latin to classify. Formica? Formica? I don't know. Google says Formica. Trickproof says. Egg-laying queens. I think the safe bet is to stick with it, and then be you know, maybe a council of Latin scholars will band together and what's the word? Petition and try and get me barred from narration for the crime of mispronouncing this word. Perhaps that is my fate in the future, but for now, I will have faith in the majority of my audience here. Homegrown egg-laying queens. As they evolve, Tiny, Crynis, and I use the small opportunity to take stock. I'm super happy the wave is receding, obviously. With far less danger, the ease of exploration is opening up again. There's a ton of stuff I want to do in the dungeon after all. For ages, I've been hoping to check in on the Sophos. They can't be too far away, beneath Lyria somewhere for sure. For ages, I've been hoping to check in on the Sophos. They can't be too far away, beneath Lyria somewhere for sure. I really want to go deeper and see how things work down there, forge a path for the colony and all that. But more to the point, as the mana levels are falling, my little hidey hole so close to the surface isn't providing me with enough juice. I have to go deeper in order to live. Gadfly says, I think it depends on if the ants are Latin. Agreed, sir, and I don't think they are. Deeper in order to live. Stupid dungeon. The Queen has it even worse than I do. Her chamber has since been relocated to a much deeper location. I don't think that's a good way to say that. I think I'm going to go ahead and correct that myself. The Queen has it even worse than I do. Her chamber has since been relocated much deeper, forcing the colony to expand down toward... Damn. Her chamber has since been relocated to a much... Her chamber has since been relocated much deeper, forcing the colony to expand down toward the marsh expanse. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna leave that one, but it's annoying. Expand down to the expanse. Fuck. I'm gonna leave it though, because it's just called the Marsh Expanse. So, with spawn rates returning to normal levels, we are easily able to handle such a project. The colony has grown strong, and from here out, will only explode in capability. I also have a ton of skill points and biomass I need to deal with. I picked up a heap of levels from my fight with Garralosh, as I expected from a battle with a creature so far above me. I'll have to deal with that sooner or later. For now, I'm not too bothered. I'm looking forward to a more relaxing existence where I'm not stressing about dying every second of the day. No existential crises, no imminent doom, as if I could just slip into torpor and stay there for a few weeks. I don't want to do a thing. Of course, I can't do that. The nest is positively buzzing with activity and energy. Brood tenders are rearing and teaching. Mage ants and core shapers are experimenting. Carvers are building and studying. Even the soldiers and scouts have gone nuts, hunting and exploring in the dungeon without pause, eking every little bit of experience and biomass they can. Hunting and exploring. Even the soldiers, carvers are building and studying. Even the soldiers and scouts have gone nuts, hunting and exploring in the dungeon without pause, eking every little bit of experience and biomass they can get before the wave is over. There we go. Studying. Even the soldiers and scouts have gone nuts, hunting and studying. Even the soldiers and scouts have gone nuts, hunting. With the surface clean-up complete, it seems as if I've fallen into a heap whilst the rest of the colony keeps on going. The guilt is overpowering, or perhaps that guilt is just the constant niggle of whispers and tugs that filter through the vestibule. I don't want to think too closely on that, though, and ignore it with all my strength. Picking myself up, I may as well pay the humans a visit before I wander off, just to make sure they aren't doing anything too stupid. With Crynis riding on my now much more spacious back, and Tiny following behind, I make my way out of the nest, only to pause when we crest the top of the hill and come across a team of carvers working on something that appears to be shaped from solid earth. What are you guys? Oh my God! The dozen workers jump at my words and pull back to reveal the massive project they're cooperating on as... The dozen workers jump at my words and pull back to reveal the massive project they're cooperating on is an earth carving of me, post-evolution. Let's try one more time. The dozen workers jump at my words and pull back to reveal the massive project they're cooperating on is an earth carving of me, post-evolution. I appear to be standing watch over the entrance to the colony. My steely eyes and noble antennae are matched by my fierce mandibles and aggressive pose. The statue manages to convey a sense of protectiveness and dignity I'm fairly confident I don't possess. The carvers are frozen as if they were not... The carvers are frozen as if they were naughty children caught with their hands in the biscuit tin. For my part, I have no idea what to say and can only shake my head in disbelief. Make one for Grant, I tell them, and continue toward the human village. The carvers each look to each other before they nod and begin to shape the soil next to my own effigy. I have to wonder, where the hell did they get the idea for that? I love where they get the idea, too. It's amazing. God, guys, I'm so happy to be back in the... Like, I just love narrating with this rhythm. It just feels so satisfying coming out of my face. Okay, sorry, I gotta look. I might have some dirty texts here. What's up, Golden Tiger AMVs? I don't know if... Have I seen you here before? Have you been here before? Hey, Josh! Josh is the one who got me the shirt. Josh, I can't remember if you've picked up Dungeon Crawler Carl yet. I know you listened to some ELLC and maybe some Life Reset. Maybe even Dungeon Lord. I don't remember exactly all the ones that you've listened to. Ah. Josh has not listened yet to Dungeon Crawler Carl. Right. What you should do, maybe now that it's out, you should maybe go to our website and listen to episode 1 of the audio immersion tunnel version first. That might be interesting. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because, okay, first of all, book 1, when I narrated it, I hadn't developed the voice well enough, and I was starting off with my Patrick Warburton impression, right? So it's like a underdeveloped version. But at the same time, you know what? Actually, Josh, I would prefer you did listen to the audio immersion tunnel version, because I want to know if people like it who have not listened to the original. Oh, thank you, Golden Tiger. Appreciate it. Chapter 3. The Church of Anthony. What in the name of all that is good on Pangera has infected your mind? Let's make... Alright, I need to set up some stuff here, there. Boom. Boom. Okay, that's right. No, that's good. 3 and 4. Good. Alright. I say, Enid, who certainly dropped a few points in my esteem towards her, can only grimace next to me, trying to justify this spectacle. People saw what you did during the battle. From our wall, we were able to watch the whole fight. Not to mention the healers who appeared during the battle to cure our wounded. There isn't a single person in the village who could say they don't have at least one family member who was directly saved by them. Oops. What's going on here? Oops. Okay. That should just maybe just go away. And then this. Any thoughts? There we go. Gratitude. I understand. Gratitude would be completely fine. This isn't gratitude! What the heck is this? Enid shrugs helplessly. With sentiments running high before the battle took place, it's obviously going to be overflowing now that it's done, considering what's happened. These people have lost everything, Anthony. They need something to cling on to. Something to give them hope for the future. Oh, I can't believe you okayed this. Did you fall on your head or something? A monster clock you with a rock. It blows my mind that anyone at all thinks this is a good idea. My frustration is starting to bubble over, and I can't help stabbing forward with my antennae toward the monstrosity we're currently discussing. Enid hesitates before she speaks again.
but speak she does. You have to admit that you aren't much like a normal monster, or anything like a normal monster. Are you sure there wasn't anything unusual about your creation? Of course not! Of course not, I deadpan. Pure ant right down to my claws. I have no idea if the humans on the surface know about monsters inhabited by humans from Earth like the Sophos are, but I'm sure as hell not going to be one to tell them. I have no idea if the humans on the surface know about monsters inhabited by humans from Earth like... I have no idea if the humans on the surface know about monsters inhabited by humans from Earth like the Sophos are, but I'm sure as hell not going to be the one to tell them. Not right. Bad narration. I have no idea if the humans on the surface know about... Oh, my God. I have no idea if the humans on the surface know about monsters inhabited by humans from Earth like the Sophos are, but I'm sure as hell not going to be the one to tell them. Enid frowns at me as she adjusts her shawl. I say nothing to appease her suspicions. Don't distract from the subject at hand, Enid. That, I stab one antenna toward the construction, is going to cause a lot of problems. Honestly, I don't think even you could convince them to take it down. I'm not sure that I even want them to. You've fallen to the dark side, Enid. The what? Don't give up hope! There's always another chance to walk in the light! I have no idea what you mean. I'm not happy about this situation, but I'm also not sure what I can reasonably do about it. Enid and I are standing on a slight hill, gazing at a feverish construction taking place not 20 metres away. Fuck me. Enid and I are standing on a slight hill, gazing at a feverish construction taking place not 20 metres away. Enid and I are standing on a slight hill, gazing at a feverish construction taking place not 20 metres away. Men and women sweat in the heat as they work. Men and women sweat in the heat as they work, digging, flattening, squaring stones. The foundations are already starting to take place of what will certainly be a far too large... that's a typo. The foundations are already starting to take place of what will certainly be far too large a structure of imposing stone. To one side, a worker is going to town on a granite boulder. To one side, a worker is going to town on a granite boulder. Already, the ant-like features are taking shape of what I'm told will eventually be a mighty statue of me. Ant observers are about the place as well. Members of the colony who've snuck over for... Ant observers are about the place as well. Members of the colony who've snuck over for a sticky beak. Ant observers are about the place as well. Members of the fuck. Ant observers are about the place as well. Members of the colony who've snuck over for a sticky beak on what the humans are up to. For a sticky beak. Ant observers are about the place as well. Members of the colony who've snuck over for a sticky beak on what the humans are up to. Turns out a couple of mages have even managed to unlock... Turns out a couple of mages have even managed to unlock the mind magic skill. It's difficult for them to use it with any level of proficiency, or for very long, but already early communication attempts are being made. For the most part, they've been asking the villagers how they do stuff. Tungstant is over at the Tungstant is over at the forge right this moment, along with a mind mage, hassling the smiths about their craft. Apparently, this all started yesterday, but I have a sneaking suspicion it will continue for a long time to come. Even Bane is down there working. The priest is still wearing his now tatty robes and is working with his one remaining arm, clearing rock and jovially. The priest is still wearing his now tatty robes and is working with his one remaining arm, clearing rock and jovially. The priest is still wearing his now tatty robes and is working with his one remaining arm, clearing rock and jovially. The priest is still wearing his now tatty robes and is working with his one remaining arm, clearing rock and jovially What the fuck? Jovially encouraging. Jovially encouraging. Why is that hard to say? The priest is still wearing his now tatty robes and is working! The priest is still wearing his now tatty robes and is working with his one remaining arm, clearing rock and jovially encouraging the people around him. Not that they seem to need a pick-me-up. Ever since I arrived, their faces have been lit with joy, working at a furious pace. It all leads me to one sincere conclusion. These people are very sick. This is a literal temple to a monster, Enid. To you, Anthony. And what exactly do you think I am? Seriously, I'm aghast at the ease in which she said that. I'm not sure. Why don't you tell me? A monster! Really? Yes! A monster! Really? Yes!
Okay, so oops. This should be... There we go.
Really?
Yes!
Not like any monster I've ever heard of. Enid says, God, even Enid's been infected. It's officially contagious. Do I need to isolate this community? Set up a containment? It would be irresponsible to allow others to be exposed, or indeed, if the wider world found out these people were worshipping monsters, would they just get wiped out? Perhaps I need to isolate them from their own... Perhaps I need to isolate them for their own protection. You haven't sent anyone out of the village at this point, have you, Enid? You haven't sent anyone out of the village at this point, have you, Enid? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, there are more survivors out there, I'm sure of it. We also need to get far enough north to check what the damage is like to the neighbouring kingdoms. If they're fine, they may be able to send aid. We also want to keep an eye on the main dungeon entrance where the capital used to stand, just in case anything comes up. We've had dozens of volunteers ride out, most of them yesterday. Damn it! I was too slow! Too what? Nothing. As frustrating as this is, I'm happy to see the ants and humans coexisting in a peaceful, non-eating each other way. The council has obviously taken my message of trying to learn from our neighbours and are pushing forward even more rapidly than I anticipated. My shock just goes to show that I've underestimated the colony's appetite for work once again. The village itself took remarkably little damage during the assault. The people had wisely set their defences alongside ours, away from the established buildings of the village. As a consequence, the monsters left them alone. Garralosh wanted to destroy the people. Garralosh wanted to destroy the people. She didn't really care for their irrigation system.
You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to announce to the Chrysalis Discord that I was doing this cold read. Anybody here in the audience in the Chrysalis Discord?
Irrigation system. As I look across the village, the people seem happy, industrious. Farms are springing up. Farms are springing up. Houses are starting to have a little more of a permanent vibe. Even the kids appear happy. Even the kids appear happy. Ugh. More of a permanent vibe. Even the kids appear happy.
Is that right? Does that sound okay?
Vibe. Even the kids appear happy.
There we go. That's all right.
Looks like you've come through the crises okay then, I say to Enid.
I'll get rid of that.
Thanks to you. Not this again. I'm just being honest. None of us would have survived if not for you. I don't understand why you would be so against humans giving you such respect. This isn't respect. You don't build a temple to show respect. How can you not think this is weird? Am I going to lose my cred as a monster over this? I don't follow. These humans are so tiring. I should get out of here before Bane tries to speak to me. I'll be heading into the dungeon for a while. Plus, it's a lot harder for me to be on the surface now, so you won't see much of me. Maybe this temple situation will blow over if I don't show my face for a bit. Enid's snort speaks to what she thinks of that idea. Enid's snort speaks to what she thinks of that idea. Looks like the colony is going to keep hassling you guys for knowledge anyway. Looks like the colony is going to keep hassling you guys for knowledge anyway. If you keep teaching them, I'll make sure we keep protecting you.
Let's go ahead and do this.
Enid's snort speaks to what she thinks of that idea. Sounds fair, she says. I need to get out of here. I break the contact with her. And turn to head back to the colony. Yep, no doubt about it anymore. These people are nuts.
And that's another chapter. Another thing I love about this series is just how quick the chapters go by. Almost all of them are under 10 minutes. It just keeps, like, I love the way that the effect that has on pacing. By the way, guys, don't forget we are still putting on our Halloween sale, our birthday Halloween sale, 20% off our spookiest titles. If you go to our website, right on the front page, you'll see our sale banner. You can click on the link on there, and it'll show you all the different titles that are 20% off through the website only. If you buy through the app, you don't get the discount. If you buy through our website, you get the 20% off. So go check that out. Go check out that landing page. It'll show you all the things that are for sale. Including Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon by Matt Dinneman and Seance High Falls by Mark Harris. Both of those are cinematic audio seasons, but also you don't just get the discount, the 20% off discount for buying them through the Halloween sale. You also get a discount if you buy the whole series at once. There's a buy the whole series button, and that will give you a discount on all of those episodes. Plus, then you get the extra 20%. So, if you've been meaning to check out Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon or Seance High Falls, now is the time to do it because you will get it dirt cheap.
Chapter 4. Unexpected Meeting. In an effort to return to normalcy, I think it's best I get back to the colony as quickly as possible. With Crysalis and Tiny in tow, we make our way out of the village. Before long, my thoughts wander toward the collective will vestibule. It's powerful, there's no doubt about that. The constant flow of energy trickling from the gem-like organ and into my system is nourishing in an all-encompassing way, washing away my fatigue, refilling my other glands, healing me and perhaps other things as well. If it was... Washing away my fatigue, refilling my other glands, healing me and perhaps other things as well. If it was able to provide me with mana, it would be an all-singing, all-dancing provider of everything I could possibly need. The only issue I have are the strange whispers and thoughts that pop into my head. I'm finding I get an urge to do stuff at random. and have a sneaking suspicion I know what's causing it and why. The connotations are a little disturbing. I don't intend to set myself up as some sort of king, but the colony feels like it's currently trending that way. I'm not sure I like it. I'm really looking forward to breaking out on my own for some dungeon exploration. Just put some space between the family and myself for a little while and let things settle down. I need to adjust to this new evolution, and Tiny and Crysalis need to evolve and build their strength if they are to keep up with me. Before the wave is gone completely, we should push deep, maybe even try and find the second strata. Okay, strata? Let's see how Englishmen would pronounce this. Cambridge Dictionary.
Strata.
Strata. Before the wave is gone completely.
Sorry guys, I got a message from somebody. Gotta check on the messages, you know. Here we go. All right, now I'm going to quit. Now I'm going to quit Teams so I don't keep getting these damn messages.
Before the wave is gone completely, we should push deep, maybe even try and find the second strata.
Strata.
Before the wave is gone completely, we should push deep. Before the wave has gone completely, we should push deep, maybe even try and find the second strata. Do some fighting, level up a few skills, clear the air a little. After all the excitement of the attack by Garralosh, I can't wait to get back to a simpler life. Muddling along like this, I walk for 20 minutes before I wake up to the fact that I'm nowhere near the nest. What the heck? Where are we? I'm not sure, Master. Tiny grunts. Seems as if we've wandered into the forest, and I'm immediately suspicious. There's no way I would have gotten lost. I'm an ant. I follow the pheromone trail. I could walk along the path whilst asleep and still manage to get there. Someone has been playing with my mind.
Trickproof says, thanks, I keep thinking it's my teams.
And I can think of one likely suspect. Hello, Mr. Carmodo. Hello, Mr. Carmodo. I hope you've brought me here for a friendly chat. No hard feelings about me killing Garralosh, right? Or for murdering your attendants? Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. I mean, they did try to kill me first. Self-defense is a thing. Babbling within my own mind, I nervously watch the surrounding trees for any sign of a large, vengeful lizard about to charge. Babbling within my own mind, I nervously watch the surrounding trees for any sign of a large, vengeful lizard about to charge in and attempt to bite my head off. To my chagrin, there is only silence, and I don't see any movement. Doubt begins to creep in. Did the Carmodo drag me out here just to play funny buggers? Is he messing with me? Oops. With caution, I turn around to orient myself back to the nest. Gah! And out of nowhere, the Carmodo has appeared, flanked by 6 of his secular attendants. With their hoods down for once, the lizard wizard stands only 3 meters away. I leap back in shock as Tiny and Crynis move to take an aggressive position, ready to come to my defence. What the heck are you doing? You'll give me a heart attack! You've been there this whole time, haven't you? Playing tricks on me? The lizard shifts his weight slightly, his eyes staring unblinking into mine. Something tells me that's as close as a Carmodo gets to laughing out loud. Something tells me that's as close as a Carmodo gets to laughing out loud. When I calm myself a little, I take a good look at this manipulator and... When I calm myself a little, I take a good look at this manipulator and his attendants. When I calm myself a little, I take a good look at this manipulator and his attendants. I've not seen them this close before. And let me tell you, they're quite interesting. The lizard wizard himself is bedecked in finery. I hesitate to say it, but for a giant lizard he's rolling in bling. Woven tapestries with gleaming golden thread tassels... Woven tapestries with gleaming golden thread tassels lay across his back. The colours are rich and deep, purples, greens and yellows that depict mountain scenes and deep caves filled with magic. On each of his legs he wears at least 1 golden ring, and his neck is positively covered in them. The servants are similarly well dressed. I'd thought they would look more human, but they're definitely more than a little part lizard. Their faces are heavily scaled, whilst maintaining a humanoid shape. Eye colours vary from deep gold to emerald green, but each are vertically slit like a reptile. Golden nose rings, necklaces and torques, each intricately carved and decorated with jewels, adorn each and every one of them. Pretty darn flashy for slaves.
Okay, so I don't remember what I did for their voices. let's see here. So, Karamodo. How do I spell that? Is this book 3? It is. Alright. Karamodo. Hello, Taylor. I see you there. Right, Marilia. It's a Karamodo. By the Karamodo, aren't without rivals. It's actively utilising scrying magic, led by a vicious Karamodo sorcerer. I know they talk at some point in book 3. I just don't know where to find it. Let's see, which is bad, but the Karamodo is still distracted. Karamodo have enough free attention. Karamodo must be done, then slightly attached. Could be scrying. Stupid Karamodo. Anybody remember any of the names of the Karamodo? Boo, 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 boo. Okay, I think I found right place. Chapter 132. Hey, Melissa Watts-Hayden, good to see you, my dear. All right, let's find. Here it is. All right, intelligent design. This is chapter 132. So many chapters. There we are.
Chapter 132. A new perspective. Properly until the rites had been observed. The rage of the master had been as hot as the desert sands when they'd fallen. The Setzler shared in the blazing intensity of it. That even one of their sacred number would be lost to such a monster had rankled. The creature toyed with them, dancing on the edge of their room. Their bones, should they lay one scaled claw on the Setzler, wasn't enough to sink into their simple minds. He tried not to be too disrespectful of the creatures in his thoughts. His master had dedicated a great deal of time to this project, and it wouldn't do if the kin were to harbour ill thoughts towards something the master had devoted such attention to.
That hissing.
Do not mind it, Asundiri. I have no great opinion of these creatures myself.
All right, so American accent, Yank accent, and yeah, sort of deep and gentle sound. Sort of weird, right? But I don't think that's the same person. I don't think that's the same Karamodo. I just wanted to hear like what their accent sounded like and sort of what their general delivery was going to be like. So here goes. Slaves. Where's it go?
Perhaps I should have made my presence known earlier. The voice of the Karamodo resounds in my mind. Very notably, that was not an apology. Please be at ease. I have not come to destroy you. Ouch. Very aggressive choice of words there. So, no hard feelings about the unfortunate loss of your slaves, then? Why the hell would you remind him of that, Anthony? Not smooth. Opposite of smooth. A spike of pain jabs into my brain across the mind bridge that I have only just begun to sense, causing my legs to spasm. I let it roll over me, probably well deserved to be honest, as I consider his spell weaving. How the hell he's able to hide them like this, I have no idea.
These are not my slaves, and you are lucky they did not hear you describe them as such. They are bonded to me, and I am bonded to them. Our relationship is one of mutual respect and dependence.
Okay, sure. I shrug my antennae. Doesn't really matter to me, since you brought me out here without the intention... Since you brought me out here without the intention to annihilate my atoms, what exactly would you like to say? Since you brought me out here without the intention to annihilate my atoms, what exactly would you like to say? Matter to me? Since you... There we go. That's right. I don't feel particularly comfortable talking to this ancient wizard. The sooner he lets me get on my way, the happier I'll be.
There is no need to rush, young one. It wasn't easy getting close to form this mental connection without your colony mates detecting us. Depending on how much you know, we may need to converse for some time.
Know about what?
Do you know where you are?
My antennae twitch a little at the odd question. What's he getting at here? You mean Pangera? The planet? The smoking ashes of what was once the kingdom of Lyria? The uncivilized wilds? I'm not sure what you mean. The Carmodo shifts his legs slightly, which causes his attendants to glance at him. Fuck. The Carmodo shifts his legs slightly, which causes his attendants to glance at him. Once they're certain he's comfortable, they return their flat, unfriendly stares to me.
This may take some time.
And next chapter! We're on a roll! For the colony! Taylor, why are you calling me a nerd, sweetie? How dare you? Calling me names and you didn't even give me proof. Just a little inside joke there. Don't mind me, ladies and gentlemen. I agree with you, Melissa Watt. Hayden, you should hop into the app and get some books, especially since they're on sale. It is the Halloween sale, 20% off all of our spookiest titles. If you go straight through our website, don't buy through the app, buy through the website. That's the way you get your discount. So, thank you for coming. Hope to see you again soon. Chapter 5. Conversation with a Lizard Wizard.
I do not wish to burden you with knowledge that you may not be prepared to understand. My order has spent much time plumbing the mysteries behind this place, and despite centuries of effort, we've only been able to learn a portion of the whole truth. Even that limited understanding came largely through the intervention of an outside influence.
Perhaps I should pull up a chair and whip out my spiral-bound notebook, since the teacher is about to launch into a lecture. So naturally did the lizard slip into a lecturing tone. I presume he's actually well practiced in it.
Master,
What is happening? Do we need to fight? Crinus says into my thoughts. I think we're okay. He seems to want to explain something to us. Stay alert, just in case. Of course, Master.
I do have a name, the Carmodo drawls.
If you never tell me what it is, you can hardly complain that I don't use it.
That is true. We tend not to share our names with outsiders, although this may be a special circumstance. It is truly rare for one of my order to have such an opportunity. My name is Ivrentep. Ivrentep. My name is Ivrentep, second scholar of the tower at Gold Peak.
Nice to meet you, champ. My name is Anthony. I'm an ant.
Yes, indeed you are.
An awkward pause develops as Ivrentep examines me.
My name is Ivrentep, second scholar of the tower at Gold.
An awkward pause develops as Ivrentep An awkward pause. An awkward pause develops as Ivrentep examines me. His large angular head. Angular head, I think is the way to say that. An awkward pause develops as Ivrentep examines me, his large angular head turning a fraction this way and that.
As I say, we don't tend to have the opportunity to talk with those such as yourself, especially when you are in a state to coherently speak back. Too often the process of being inserted into the dungeon and left to fend for themselves is too much for your minds. Garralosh herself was almost completely lost by the time we became aware of her. I have been with her for many years, but rarely was she able to speak with me.
There is a lot on there, Melissa, yes. You should just start with the Halloween sale. If you go to the front page of the website, you can see the link right on the banner for the Halloween sale, and that'll show you just the ones that are on sale for now.
Able to speak with me.
I'm taken aback by how upfront he's being with me. Then you know all about us. Humans from Earth inserted into the dungeon as monsters to spice up the place.
The records of my order go back over 1,000 years, and we have encountered less than 10 of your kind across the entire globe. We have heard of this Earth before, but we know precious little about it. We also do not know why your kind is brought here. Do you have some clue?
Yeah, I might keep the fact I can talk to the dungeon itself quiet for the time being. Psst, who knows? Maybe the dungeon gets bored.
Perhaps so, perhaps so. There may be some merit in this suggestion. I will ponder on it later. For now, are you in possession of Garralosh's core?
Ha! I don't want to think about that stupid gem. Don't even want to remember it exists. I am. Not here with me, obviously, but yes.
I would be very careful that the knowledge of what you have doesn't travel far. A treasure of that type is exceptionally rare and exceptionally powerful.
I can't help but shrink back from Ivrentep. At those words. You're saying you don't want it?
I do not. We are not interested in the core. We are interested in those with the power to absorb it.
You say we? I presume you're referring to your order? Is this a Carmodo sorceress cabal of some sort? No. My order is not limited to the Karamoto, although we are quite accepted in the Mountain Empire. We are found across the face of Pangera among those with great knowledge of this world and the courage to face it. Does this collection of esteemed scholars have a name? The Conclave of the Red Truth. That doesn't sound ominous at all. It does sound ominous, deliberately so. We bear dangerous knowledge and must act as such. Well, that makes me nervous. Look, I'm not sure I want to have any part of this dangerous knowledge. Please tell me what it is that you want to say, but try not to, unleash any eldritch truths on me. I can do this. You have heard of the ancients? Thinking back, Formo the Sophos. Thinking back, Formo the Sophos mentioned something about them. Vaguely? Very old monsters that live very deep in the dungeon, that's all. Very old monsters that live very deep in the dungeon, that's about all I got. It is sufficient. There are many old monsters who live deep, but the true ancients number only 19. They seek to make that number whole, wishing for another to join their ranks. I do not like where this is going. I do not like where this is going. My order seeks to assist them in this endeavor. Indeed, it is our sole purpose. There are many who would prefer that such a thing never come. There are many who would prefer that such a thing never come to pass. There are many who would prefer that. There are many who would prefer that such a thing never came to pass. There is conflict of a sort. So that's why you were following Garralosh around, keeping her alive when others were trying to bottle her up and kill her? Yes. And when you met me, you decided to back off a little because you feel you might have found a better prospect? Yes. Nods.
Oh man, I love that.
Nods. Ivrantep goes incredibly still, which is rather unnerving considering he barely moves as it is. Not even a twitch from this guy. Nods. Ivrantep goes incredibly still, which is... Nods. Ivrantep goes... I do not know what this word means. It's, never mind. I don't really think I'm down for this. I'm happy just doing my thing. Never mind. Never mind. It's, never mind. It's, never mind. I don't really think I'm down for this. I'm happy just doing my thing. It's not intended that we would force this arrangement on you. There are many candidates for the final seat at the highest table. I am but one agent, and the charge with whom I worked has fallen. I will return to my people. It has been many years, and we yearn for home. Should you choose to make use of that core, then perhaps there will come a time that we meet again. There's a note of finality in the communication from Ivrantep. It's clear he wants to leave. He said as much, but also left many questions. Just one thing. I break in before he can leave. If I were to reconstitute her core, Garralosh's core, then would she come back? The narrow eyes of the Karamoto blink slowly as he processes my words. No. I do not know where your souls go when you die here, but they are not contained in the core. She is gone. All right. Thanks for that. Farewell. Good luck to you, Anthony. I hope you find it within yourself to ascend. Only then will you have a chance to break free. With that, the lizard and his entourage disappear into the forest. Mind abuzz with concerns, I head back to the nest. I have so much to think about, I'm not even sure where to start. I can't wait to go hunting in the dungeon. And that's another chapter. Another chapter down. Have a good day yourself, Melissa. Thanks for dropping by. I'm very hungry, guys. This is all I've had to eat today. The thing is, when I eat food, like an actual meal, it ruins my ability to narrate for hours. So I pretty much just have to starve in the mornings if I want to actually narrate. Oh, Melissa picked up the 2 Vampire Queen books. Nice. I did some voices for Vampire Queen on Wednesday night. Whoo! Vampire Queen 3. There's some dirty stuff in that one. I had to do some blushing work there. All right, on to chapter 6. Chapter 6. Let's get back to business. Finally! Back in the nest and away from the crazy. The Komodo is gone, hopefully, and I have nothing to worry about. Let's go get it! Full of energy, I barrel into the nest and charge down the main shaft. I'm heading for that dungeon and nothing's going to stop me. Lumbering behind, Tiny shares my enthusiasm. He missed the entire battle, and I can tell he's sour about it. Excuse me. The closer we get to the dungeon, the brighter the big ape's eyes become. By the time we make it our old resting place, by the time we make it to our old resting place, his ears twitch with excitement. I'm with you, Tiny. I'm with you, Tiny. It will be great to get back to the simple life. Eldest? No, please, don't do it to me like this. I was so close, so damn close. What is it, Victor? The now much smaller than me general crawls out of a side tunnel to appear in my line of sight. I was hoping to have a quick word before you left. Okay, Victor, hit me. What's happening? The council wants to elevate Vibrant to the position left vacant by Grant's passing. She's the logical choice as the next eldest soldier in the colony, even if she probably won't be around all that much. What do you think? That's fine with me, I say, a little exasperated. You don't need me to okay these things, That's fine with me, I say, a little... You don't need me to okay these things. Just do what you think is best. You don't need me to okay these things. Just do what you think is best. I just got a bleep bloop from Discord. Sorry, guys. Let me get rid of it. Bye, Discord. Okay. Of course. We just wanted to make sure you approved. It's fine. Is there anything else? I'm itching to go here, and the General is hesitating. Hesitating? Then she just shrugs off whatever concerns she may have had. I think we'll talk to you when you get back. This time is important for the development of the colony. We don't want anything to go wrong. What could go wrong? There's nothing here to stop us right now. Even I feel the slight chill in the air that descends in the face of my brazen overconfidence. Okay, Okay, I'll check in with you guys when I get back. Just keep it simple. Everyone needs to keep learning, keep growing the colony and secure my... Okay, I'll check in with you guys when I get back. Just keep it simple. Everyone needs to keep learning, keep growing the colony and secure more territory, but slowly. No need to complicate things. As you say, eldest. That's what we thought also. All right then. I'll drop in to see Mother when we get down there. Catch you later, Victor. And finally free! Tiny, Crynis and I burst into the dungeon at last! Time for these stupid monsters to become my stress relief. The last vestiges of the wave are beginning to fade. Monsters are no longer springing from the walls fully formed. Mana levels are sinking back to what I experienced for a brief time just after I was born. Though it hasn't completely fallen to that point yet. And spawn rates are still higher than normal. The colony has been busy cleaning out the tunnels around the nest as fast as possible in order to make use of this. The colony has been busy cleaning out the tunnels around the nest as fast as possible in order to make use of this. Even the farms have largely been abandoned, left to develop their own ecosystems. Hopefully, a few spawn locations develop and they can still be used, albeit in a reduced way. It takes a little while, but we eventually find some action away from the nest where the colony hasn't cleared away all the monsters. We smash them like a bowling ball hitting some very brittle pins. With savage glee, Tiny unleashes his frustration through his unstoppable fists. As he goes to work, a grin splits his face and lightning dances across his mighty shoulders. Crynis also lets her tentacles down, and the cold fury of the Jelly Maw is once again unleashed on the poor denizens of the dungeon. I can almost see Crynis's cold smile as her writhing limbs perform their dark dance, tearing limb from limb and cutting monsters to ribbons. I let my pets do most of the work. They need the experience far more than I do, and it's soothing in a curious way to watch my two friends. A bit of acid here and there is the extent of my contribution, more to let myself grow accustomed to my new range and aiming capacity than anything else. Being able to shoot in front of me without having to turn round is such a boon, I can hardly describe it. Especially now that I'm this large. As an insect, I'm not especially flexible. There isn't a whole lot of twisting that goes on. I literally have to turn my entire body around to orient my business district. Now I can just lift my commercial interests high, lower the front of my body, and pow! Acid time. The concentrated acid has increased damage, duration, and sticking effects, thanks. The concentrated acid has increased damage, duration, and sticking effect, thanks to the concentration gland as well. Since it regenerates faster, I can fire it for days. Very happy with my acid system overall, and with new organs. And with new organs come new opportunities for mutation. I need to play around with my new abilities a little more before I decide on what to do there. If I make a hasty decision before I've had time to consider what I want to do... If I make a hasty decision before I've had time to consider what I want to do with my acid network, I'm sure I'll come to regret it. Just like this, we happily smash the pitiful and unfortunate monsters we come across, occasionally pausing to eat biomass when we find something of a reasonable tier. None of us are particularly struggling for biomass. After consuming Garralosh, we have a mighty hoard. But it never hurts. Without much dallying, we make our way down to the marsh expanse and find the satellite nest where the Queen is currently residing. Dug into the shortcut I'd constructed earlier, this large and spacious chamber is, for the moment, the beating heart of the colony, in the sense that all egg production is occurring here. Even Victoria and Antoinette have moved in. Thanks, Dreve. Good to see you. Dreavi. Don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. Have moved in. Considering its importance, it's only natural the place is bristling with soldiers and brood tenders. How goes it, everyone? As I enter, hundreds of ants turn from their tasks to face me before returning to their work. A constant stream of biomass is being brought in and taken to one end, where the three queens are currently residing. After their evolution, Victoria and Antoinette have progressed from juvenile queens to young queens. Each of them is able to lay 50 eggs a day. It might not seem like much, but over time it will rapidly add up. The queen, post-evolution, is now able to produce 300 eggs per day, bringing the total number to 2,800 new brood each week. Hello, child. The queen greets me warmly. I almost brace for a solid thwacking out of habit. I almost brace for a solid thwacking out of habit. But she doesn't attack me this time. Rather turns to give me a pat on the head with one antenna. Hi there, Mother. How are our new queens doing? Greetings, eldest. Oh, nope. Greetings, eldest. Antoinette answers. It's wonderful to be able to contribute something at last. Finally, I can't wait to see my children at work, Victoria says happily. They are doing well, child. They are doing very well. The Queen assures me. And yourself? What are you planning to do? And yourself? What are you planning to do? Going to hit the dungeon, level up some skills, explore a little. Hopefully, get Crynis or Tiny to evolve. Want to try and find a new thing. Want to try and find a few things also. Oh? It might be nothing, but we'll see how it goes. Very well. Stay safe. The colony needs you still. Of course. You know me. That's why I worry. And another chapter in the books. In the single book. It's just one book. Making the chapters suffer. Take that, chapter. Chapter 7. Aphid time. Spending up. If you believe your entire world is a prison, is it wrong to try and break it? Question posed by Orison, founder of the Closed Circle Society at the Academy of Stone Soul. Ooh, I'm feeling, my tummy is getting upset with me. I need to take a tiny break, finish the rest of my bag of chips here. I know it's the tea. It's the tea getting pissing off my stomach. You guys ever eaten this stuff before? Because it's fucking delicious. Fucking delicious and good for you. Because it's real veggies. They're chips called Off the Eaten Path for people that are just listening through audio. After chatting for a little while, I bid farewell to the queens. After chatting for a little while, I bid farewell to the queens and let them get back to their important work, namely eating and producing brood. In 1 month, the colony will have over 10,000 individuals. I've no idea how they're going to manage the education program now that the wave is subsiding, but I'm sure the council will be able to work something out. Getting literally thousands of monsters to form a core, level up to tier 3, and get enough biomass to mutate is going to be a logistical nightmare. Especially now that the farms aren't going to be effective. Wait a second. A flash of understanding hits me and I dash back to the Queen. Excuse me. The Aphid Queen! Where is she? Surprise shows in the twitch of the Queen's antennae. My pet? She's down here, producing young aphids. Where did you think she was? Excitement thrills through me. So it started then? The Aphid Project? Are there any in the Expanse? I think the first of the aphids went out yesterday, Victoriant says. The soldiers and scouts have been hard at work in the Expanse getting it ready. Wills, Advant, and Sloane have been down here since yesterday. Didn't you know? I've been busy. The Queen's antennae began to vibrate, as if she senses my lie and is preparing a thwack. I need to clear off. I'll go check it out. Thanks, bye. And we're out of there. Practically sprinting, I blow past some confused-looking brood tenders and out into the dungeon tunnels. From there, it's a short hop over to the Expanse proper. The ant presence here is immediately visible. Come on now, do it. Do it! Thank you. Soldiers and scouts are in position around the entrance, climbing over the mounds of damp earth and clinging to the trees. There are literally hundreds of them here, and a steady column of biomass is being hauled out and taken to the Queens. Holy moly! I blinked, and the colony moved into the Expanse in a flash. Faced with hundreds of cooperative monsters, it appears as if the monsters of the Expanse had little choice but to roll over and accept their fate. Eldest? I didn't expect to see you here. Advance scent reaches me. I turn to face the much smaller soldier approaching from the nearby column. Hey there, Advant. How goes the Expanse takeover? Smoothly. We managed to exterminate the old aphid population pretty easily. The new aphids are being tended to now, and they started producing biomass just a few hours ago. Want to have a look? Of course. My glee knows no bounds as I follow Advant into the depths of the marsh, helping to pulverise the monsters along the way. My glee knows no bounds as I follow Advant into the depths of the marsh, helping to pulverise monsters along the way. It doesn't take long before I'm able to witness a tender sight that I'd only... It doesn't take long before I'm able to witness a tender sight that I'd only seen in documentaries before. High in the branches of the largest, mana-infused trees, tiny aphids cling to the thinner branches, extracting whatever sweet tree juice they need to survive. All the while, a team of ants watch over them, checking the aphids for problems and shifting them about periodically to ensure they're getting the most efficient meal. The ants begin to prod the little bugs with their antennae, and the aphids happily offer up biomass for their defenders. Perfect! How many aphids do we have so far? I ask my guide. Roughly 30. The aphid queen only started producing young recently, but the population should rapidly expand. We think we should have over 1,000 in a week. Makes sense. The aphids, despite their cuteness, are very simple and weak monsters. The only complex thing about them is their capacity to offer biomass nectar from their business district. No weapons, no armour, no advanced senses. They're helpless without the ants watching over them. Which means, egg-laying wise, they're cheap as chips to produce. The aphid queen could knock out a couple thousand a week, given enough food. It's wonderful to see the system coming together. This is good stuff, Advent. This might help the colony pick up the shortfall in biomass now that the wave has receded. Just as you predicted, eldest. With that casual expression of confidence in my non-existent foresight, the ant claps me on the side with one antenna and then wanders off to see her many duties. And then wanders off to see to her many duties. And then wanders off to see to her many duties. Which leaves Tiny, Chrynus and myself in the middle of the marsh expanse, left to our own devices. I let Chrynus and Tiny cut loose to rustle up some experience whilst I try and deal with something I've been putting off for some time. My status. I might have 4 brains, but I just can't handle the numbers, damn it! Since the fight with Garralosh, I received a heap of levels, a heap of skill levels, a ton of biomass, and with all my new glands, there is a metric ton of mutations I need to do. Perhaps the fear of the itch is what... Perhaps the fear of the itch is what did it, or perhaps the fight with Garralosh just left a bad taste in my mouth. Regardless, the time is now! Currently, my status looks like this. But of course, as always, you can skip forward a track to skip it. But of course, as always, you can skip forward a track to skip it. But of course, you can skip forward a chapter to... But of course, if you don't care, you can skip forward a chapter. But of course, you can hit that skip chapter button if you want to skip past these stats. But of course, if stats bore you to tears, you can hit the skip chapter button. But of course, as always, if stats bore you to tears, you can hit that skip chapter button.
Alright, 7, rename, 7, A. And 7A. B.
Name, Anthony. Level, 14. Rare core. Oh shit. Rank 5. Might, 91. Toughness, 79. Might, 91. Toughness, 79. Cunning, 64. Will, 55. HP, 158 out of 158. MP, 250 out of 250. Skills. General. Expert Excavation, level 5, rank 3. Enhanced Grip, level 8, rank 2. Advanced Stealth, level 9, rank 2. Tunnel Map, level 7, rank 2. Iron Mind, level 2, rank 4. Expert Stamina, level 7, rank 3. Profound Meditation, level 12, rank 3. Flicker Dash, level 5, rank 3. Mana. Mana Transformation, level 15, rank 3. Advanced Condensed Mana, level 9, rank 3. Finer External Mana Manipulation, level 8, rank 3. Mana Coveter, level 2, rank 3. Expert Water Magic Affinity, level 3, rank 3. Advanced Mind Magic Affinity, level 9, rank 2. Empowered Mana Sensing, level 9, rank 2. Level 9, rank 2. Pet. Distant Pet Communication, level 5, rank 2. Core Surgery, level 6, rank 3. Pet Growth Speed, level 1, rank 1. Level 1. Pet Growth Speed, level 1, rank 1. Pet growth speed, level 1, rank 1. Defensive. Expert exoskeleton. Expert exoskeleton defense, level 16, rank 3. Offensive. Deadly acid shot, level 8, rank 3. Advanced precise shooting, level 9, rank 2. Omen chomp, level 3, rank 4. Mutations. Senses. Heightened perimeter eyes, plus 20. Oracle antennae, plus 20. Defense. Hardened true diamond carapace, plus 20. Supportive healing inner carapace plating, plus 20. Physical. Tough, rapid osmotic legs, plus 20. Bright empowered mandibles, plus 20. Potent regrowth regeneration gland, plus 20. Convincing pheromone gland, plus 20. Selective gluttonous stomach, plus 20. Musculature. Subneural network. Acid. Mana feasting bind acid, plus 20. Acid nozzle. Acid concentration gland. Acid stimulation gland. Mental. Indomitable coordination cortex, plus 20. Mana. Unending gravity magic gland, plus 20. Collective will vestibule, plus 3. Species. Juvenile colony paragon, Formica sapiens. Skill points, 17. Biomass, 381.
All right. That's the end of those stats.
I upgraded cerebral endurance to iron mind and gained a bunch of levels and a heap of skills. What's really going to take my time is the biomass expenditure. After one feast of Garralosh, I gained over 450 points. Utter nonsense is what it is. Just how many mutations did that old monster have? Mind you, just how biomass rich am I becoming? I'd rather not think on that, actually. May as well get started with it then. We move a little distance away from the ants where my loyal pets can shield me from prying eyes. Bring on the menu! I'll start with my new acid network.
Do you wish to improve acid nozzle to +5? This will cost 15 biomass. At this level, you may choose a mutation advancement. Select from the menu.
Once again, the vast list of possible mutations unfolds within my mind. What a pain. Even for something as simple as the acid nozzle, there's still this many options.
Guys, I don't remember if I was doing Gandalf in the thought track or the AI track. So if you guys have listened to it, the difference would be the AI sounds more like kind of digital and it's got that sort of robot filter to it. But then thought has like the reverb and delay. If you guys remember what Gandalf sounded like in the other books, please let me know. Otherwise, I need to look it up. Here we go. This is chapter what? 137. I'm getting random compliment texts from someone. It's kind of odd. I really appreciate them. Don't know where they're coming from. It's a mystery. 137.
Use of the opening.
I don't see them, though.
Sloane whined.
You want to go?
And their pets. If it weren't for her glowing carapace that seemed to ward off damage, they might not have been able to see her at all. Chapter 137. Mosh Pit. The Queen landed with a calamitous thud. Several and she twisted her body, allowing the mandibles to inflict maximum damage before she released her grip and leapt back, creating space for other ants to make use of the opening.
I don't see them, though.
Sloane whined.
You want to go looking for Vibrant?
Who were in position to support her could reach, beyond even the positions of the core shapers and their pets. If it weren't for her glowing carapace that seemed to ward off damage, they might not have been able to see her at all.
We have a task for this.
Victor reminded her sibling, frustrated. Did she really have to put up with Sloane's anxiety here and now? They were in a battlefield.
Bellator, you have gained XP.
Okay, it's just the thought track. There we go. Found it.
At this level, you may...
Acid nozzle. There's still this many options. Let's see here. Focused acid nozzle. Focused acid nozzle. Reduces accuracy at range but increases the force of the acid spray. Hose acid nozzle. Instead of firing in bursts, it turns it into a hose-like attack. Flexible acid nozzle. Increases the flexibility to improve firing angle even further. I mean, that's what I originally purchased the nozzle for, but I'm satisfied with the result so far. I think I'll focus in a different direction. After much musing, I decide to go with the pressurized acid nozzle. This option improves the range and reduces the spread of the acid fired, meaning I deliver my product with more precision across more distance. This is something I can only endorse. The acid concentration gland. This organ serves the purpose of thickening and increasing the potency of the acid within the acid gland it's attached to. I wonder what sort of options I'll get here.
Do you wish to improve acid concentration gland to +5? This will cost 15 biomass. At this level, you may choose a mutation advancement. Select from the menu.
All right then. The list has hundreds of options, many of them what I expected. You can use the concentration glands to add extra effects to the acid. You can use the concentration glands to add extra effects to the acid. Elemental damage, longer lasting, more acidic. Seems as if the concentration gland makes a nice pairing with the acid gland. You can spread your bonuses. Seems as if the concentration gland makes a nice pairing with the acid gland. You can spread your bonuses or further reinforce them with this organ. You can spread your bonuses or further reinforce them with this organ. There isn't anything that's too wild here, although the solidifying acid one is weird. Turn the acid solid. Why? Perhaps it would make sense in a monster built a little differently than I am. I certainly wouldn't want to be delivering that product. Perhaps it would make sense in a monster built a little differently than I am. I certainly wouldn't want to be delivering that product. In the end, I select the potent acid concentration gland +5. This will improve the ability of the concentration gland to perform its role, making the sticky and mana-eating effects of my acid more powerful, without doing much for the damage caused by my acid. Lock it in and keep going. Only 376 biomass to go. Ugh. Next chapter.
Chapter 8. Hello again. Hello again, my old friend. Next on the chopping block is the final link in the commercial zone, the acid stimulation gland. It's a simple gland that does what it says on the tin, replenishes the acid faster.
I love that. I love that fucking phrase. Does what it says on the tin. My butt is aching. I think I'm standing retarded. Maybe I need to back up a little.
It's a simple gland that does what it says on the tin, replenishes the acid faster. I'm curious what sort of upgrades would be available for something so relatively straightforward.
Do you wish to improve acid stimulation gland to +5? This will cost 15 biomass. At this level, you may choose a mutation advancement. Select from the menu.
Faster. I'm curious what sort of upgrades would be available for something so relatively straightforward. If the list is shorter, then I don't think I can tell. Still, a metric ton of options, short bursts of rapid regeneration, constant but smaller effect, tie rapid replenishment of acid to certain times of day or particular conditions, drain stamina to increase replenishment, drain mana, drain HP. Drain HP. That last one is a bit nasty. Literally draw blood and turn it into acid. How in the heck? But the mana and stamina options intrigue me. By triggering the gland, it will start to consume the specified resource to stimulate the acid gland and... By triggering the gland, it will start to consume the specified resource to stimulate the acid gland and increase acid production. Since mana is a resource I have a lot of use for and don't want to increase the drain on, stamina seems like a logical choice, especially when I consider that I gain increased regeneration from the vestibule. Fatiguing acid stimulation gland +5 it is. With that, my business district has chosen its path. To keep things simple, I'll take the option to double down on those upgrades at +10 and eventually reinforce them at +15, which should give some potent effects. This is for purity of effect in these interconnected organs, and not because I can't be bothered searching through the menus for more options. That's my story, and I'll maintain that lie to my grave. With that done, my attention turns to my musculature and subneural network. These are two upgrades I'm very excited about. First, the muscles.
Do you wish to improve musculature to +5? This will cost 15 biomass. At this level, you may choose a mutation advancement. Select from the menu.
Again, the menu, and again, the tantalizing... Again, the menu, and again, the tantalizing options. Elastic muscles, extra flexible muscles, muscles that are hardened to resist damage, muscles that self-repair, muscles you can force to break themselves for a burst of extra strength. I guess I need to focus on what I want my muscles to do. As an invertebrate, my muscles don't feel quite as critical since they're on the inside. As an invertebrate, my muscles don't feel quite as critical since they're on the inside rather than the outside.
Busy. The outside. Where did it go? Okay.
Flexibility options are irrelevant. Flexibility options are irrelevant. Defensive options I can also discard. What I really want is a bite. What I really want is to bite harder. I'm a fairly uncomplicated ant, I suppose. More biting. That is the name of the game when it comes to my muscles. The most important muscles to an ant are right in their face. No endurance, just more instant power. No endurance, just more instant power. No endurance, just more instant power. Twitch musculature +5 increases the instant release of power for rapid but short movements. This looks good. Doesn't help with sustained biting, but it helps give more explosiveness to my bite. It may even have an effect on my movement, allowing for a faster dash. And then the subneural network. Essentially, a fast response nervous system added in to increase reaction times. This little enhancement cost me a fair bit of evolutionary energy, and I'm very interested to see what sort of mutations are available.
Do you wish to improve subneural network to +5? This will cost 15 biomass. At this level, you may choose a mutation advancement. Select from the menu.
And I shall. Look at these options. External subneural network. Enable the nerves to extend outside the body itself and detect fluctuations to further improve response times. Wouldn't having nerve endings outside your body be a little on the risky side? There's a heap of options to make the network more sensitive to various forms of stimuli or respond to specific threats. Heat, cold, poison, air movement, mana density. You can really tailor the response based on the threats to get hyper-fast reactions. You can really tailor the response based on the threats to get hyper-fast reaction speeds to the threat you hate the most. It's tempting for sure, but I'd prefer to have something less effective, though more generally useful. After a while, I settle on something I think is fairly sweet. Gated subneural network +5 forms mana spatial gates that send signals directly to receptors in the brain, shortening travel time of signals from extremities. It does cost extra mana to maintain, but I think this will provide the biggest generic boost without any other serious drawbacks. Essentially, my body becomes covered in these little gateways where my nerves come together, which then teleport the signals into my brain. That is freaking awesome! Lock it in! The only question is, do I want the same thing at +10? I'll need to consider the options. And now for the vestibule, saving the finest for last.
Do you wish to improve collective will vestibule to +5? This will cost 9 biomass. At this level, you may choose a mutation advancement. Select from the menu.
I have to admit, I've got a little trepidation surrounding this. The vestibule is far and away the single most powerful gland I have. I certainly don't want to mess it up with a poor selection. Let's see what we have. The majority of options are surprisingly what you would expect. Improve the effect the vestibule has on stamina, stress, health regeneration, or gland rearmament. Improve the effect the vestibule has on stamina, stress, health regeneration, or gland rearmament. There's no option where it can regenerate mana, though. Curse the luck. Other options relate to range of the effect, allowing the organ to be effective farther away from the source of the will. A stab of fear hits me when I notice the option to include another species in the designation of the vestibule. Am I really prepared to start receiving energy from the humans of the village? Those nutters? No, I don't think I could handle it. I don't think I could handle it. For now, it's safest to go with something conservative. For now, it's safest to go with something conservative. For now, it's safest to go with something conservative. For now, it's safest to go with something conservative and increase the range. I can't always guarantee that I'll be close enough to the colony, and if I can have their support whilst roaming the dungeon, I'll be a great deal happier. Let's lock in the vast collective will vestibule +5. Then I'll pay for those. Oh, right. The itch. Oh, the itch. The itch. The dreaded itch, everyone. All right. Short break. Just a little, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to go start some more tea, I think. More tea. And Flipster, I think that this next batch is going to be significantly more wanky. So, just letting you know. I'm going to munch on some mushrooms as well. So these are like freeze-dried and delicious. They're like little portobellos, I think. Shiitake. Love these things. I keep getting notifications from people who know I'm working.
Sorry, guys. All right. Let that steep for a while. Finish off this tea. Don't you guys love listening to me eat? Nom nom nom. How you guys feeling? Having a good day so far? We have like 20 people here, so thank you again for everybody who's here, who's having a good time hanging out with me while I narrate Chrysalis 4 by Rhino Z. If you guys haven't yet, if you've never listened to this series, we actually won an award for the first book, and we beat out Mel Brooks, the most legendary, funniest fuck ever, for a comedy performance award. I know it reduces the impact for me to have forgotten who the fuck gave it to us. But it was a big deal at the time, and we were very happy. It was last year. But anyway, Chrysalis 1 is available on Audible. I believe the link is in the description below. If you have not listened so far, you can catch up. Yeah, don't forget we have the Halloween sale still going on soundbooththeater.com. If you look at the front page, you will find a link that will take you to the sale landing page, in which it will tell you all the different spooky titles that we have available for 20% off through the website only. This doesn't apply to purchases through the app, only through the website. But there are full series like Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon and Seance High Falls that are 20% off. And if you buy the whole series, if you hit that buy whole series button and add to your cart that way, you get a discount and then an extra discount for the Halloween sale. So go check it out, guys. Lots of stuff for sale, and maybe you'll find other things that aren't quite as on sale. Plenty of stuff on our market for you guys to eat up. Okay, I'm ready to get back at it. I like the sophos, by the way. We're about to get back to the sophos. My butt is aching. I'm not using it properly. I only recently discovered how to use glutes properly. And you really need to think about it. You really need to focus on it if you're not used to it. But they do help with posture if you do it right. Harden those babies up. Keep your back straight. Whew. All right. I think there's maybe somebody out there thinking about my glutes a little too long. Maybe. Don't know. All right. Chapter 9. Search for the sophos. The itch is back. And it's horrendous.
In just moments, I'm on the ground with Tiny and Crinus watching over my prone and twitching form. Perhaps I should have waited until I was on my own. Why must I suffer this endless torment? To be honest, the worst part by far is the vestibule. As the strange flesh crystal undergoes its mutation, waves of irritating, irresistible itchiness roll through.
Stop it! Stop texting me, people!
To be honest, the worst part by far is the vestibule. As the strange flesh crystal undergoes, as the strange flesh crystal undergoes its mutation, waves of irritating, irresistible itchiness roll through my whole body until my eyes are bugging out of my head. I hate it. I hate it so much. After 5 minutes, it's all done, and I immediately start queuing up the mutations for +10. If I'm going to put up with this, then I'm going to get it all done at once. Maximum pain in the minimum amount of time. Let's do this. After poking through the menu, I end up with my selections looking like this. Hyperpressurized acid nozzle, +10. Thickened potent acid concentration gland, +10. Rapid fatiguing acid stimulation gland, +10. Instant twitch musculature, +10. Wide gated subneural network, +10. Doubling down on all of the upgrades I'd selected before, except for the vestibule. Doubling down on all of the upgrades I'd selected before, except for the vestibule. Not counting my previous itch, this particular purchase is going to set me back a cool 200 biomass. Quite the hefty price to pay. I'll have 179 when it's done. The previous itch was only just beginning to fade from my mind. I grip my mandibles and confirm my selections with the great bearded system. Wait a sec. Is there another one coming? No. No, I'm good. And I'm back on the floor. This time it takes 10 minutes to get myself... This time it takes 10 minutes to get back to myself as my body undergoes a savage round of mutations. To be honest, it isn't quite as bad as the last time. It isn't... To be honest, it isn't quite as bad as... To be honest, it isn't quite as bad as last time because I chose not to mutate the vestibule. I want to think a little more on that before I commit to anything. Did I get that right? To be honest, it isn't quite as bad as last time because I chose not to mutate... One more time. To be honest, it isn't quite as bad as the last time because I chose not to mutate the vestibule. I want to think a little more on that before I commit to anything. In fact, the range I got from the first mutation seems to be quite significant. The trickle of energy has rocketed. Oh, fuck me. It's not recording. To be honest, it's not quite as bad as the last time because I chose not to mutate the vestibule. I want to think a little more on that before I commit to anything. In fact, the range I got from the first mutation seems to be quite significant. The trickle of energy has rocketed back up to what it had been. The trickle of energy has rocketed back up to what it had been during the battle. The entire colony must be within my range now, which is good. Upgrading from +3 to +5 has also increased the amount of energy trickling into my system, which is a plus. With more upgrades, the vestibule will really start... With more upgrades, the vestibule will really start to flex some serious power. Something to look forward to. Something to look forward to.
Alright, guys. I'm okay.
Are you finished mutating, Master?
Yeah. I'm all good.
I push my legs under me and get back to my glorious, not flailing on the floor self. Let's go exploring. I want to try and find an old friend. An old friend, Master? Yep. Formo the Sophos. Stand-up guy, but a little old-fashioned. I didn't have you when I met that guy. He's a super powerful core engineer with pets that are insanely strong. He suggested his whole village was close by. Hopefully, they're as friendly as he was. I'm sure we can make our escape if they prove difficult, Master. You didn't see that worm. Worm? Let's just say it was bad news. Let's go, Tiny. Time to hunt in the dungeon. Tiny is only too happy to leap up and get back into the swing of things. The things swinging are largely his fists in this instance, as he pummels his way through the monsters in our path. With Crynis providing support, her tentacles lash out, grasping a hold of poor unfortunate monsters who don't get long to lament their fate before they're rendered, then eaten. I last saw Formo in the tunnels branching off from the forest expanse. So hopefully I'll be able to get in contact with him somewhere over there. I last saw Formo. Fuck, I hate the sentence. What's up, Bill Underbridge? You're back. Glad to see you. I last saw Formo in the tunnels branching off from the forest expanse. So, hopefully, I'll be able to get in contact with him somewhere over there. I don't have any bright ideas on how to find him other than wandering around the tunnels and broadcasting I don't have any bright ideas on how to find him other than wandering around the tunnels and broadcasting widely through mind magic. But before I can start that, we need to get in the right location. And so we battle. Glorious, glorious battle. Formo was the British psychic. I mean, pretty much everybody's British in this one, but in this story. But he's the guy that tames pets, and he had the giant worm.
And he spoke with a stiff upper lip like this. Jolly good.
Very John Cleese. Like, I always think of John Cleese.
Glorious battle. Pip pip cheerio.
He did use the word jape. It's almost insulting how easy it is for us now. We tear our way through the first strata monsters like a superheated knife through already partially melted butter. Even an earth bear tyrant isn't able to stand up to my omen chomp for more than a single bite attack. My newly upgraded musculature allows me to snap down with... My newly upgraded musculature allows me to snap down with incredible speed and force. My newly upgraded musculature allows me to snap down with incredible speed and force, and the upgraded skill, which allowed me to tear into even Garralosh's powerful scales, is easily able to pierce the hides of these monsters. But
But I still sit back and give most of the experience to Chrynus and Tiny. Chrynus in particular is quite close to her But I still sit back and give most of the experience to Chrynus and Tiny. Chrynus in particular is quite close to her evolution. She's only a Tier 3 life form at the moment, as opposed to Tiny's Tier 4 and my Tier 5. If I can get her a rare core, then she'll get a massive boost in power during her next evolution. More things to look forward to!
Alright, and that's a chapter. That was a pretty short one compared to the rest of them.
Chapter 10. Tunnel Time. My mandibles close with a mighty crunch, and another massive centipede has met an early grave.
You have defeated a level 15 adult claw centipede. You have gained XP.
To one side, Tiny is pinning down a rotting rabbit, repeatedly punching it in the head until it stops moving. On the other, Chrynus continues to work her dark magic on the creatures unfortunate enough to fall into her clutches. Got things under control, team? Tiny bellows. Tiny bellows. Tiny bellows, both in my mind and tiny bellows. Tiny bellows, both in my mind. Where? God damn it. Tiny.
What the fuck? There you go.
Tiny bellows, both in my mind and out loud, his fists finishing their work. Yes, Master. These low-class filth will be out of your way in just a moment. Do not trouble yourself over them. I mean, they aren't really any trouble. Just leave them to me. I mean, us. Okay. It may just be me, but Chrynus has become a little more intense lately. She's always been a bit on edge, but ever since Garralosh... But ever since the Garralosh fight, she's been fighting hard for every scrap of experience she can get her horrific, barbed limbs on. How close are you to evolving, Chrynus? I still need 6 more levels, Master. Don't stress about it. We'll get you up to level 20 in no time flat. You're doing great work. No need to beat yourself up. Yes, Master. I can tell from the sullen knot she's making with her tentacles that she's not happy. Tiny is still flexing his hands and eagerly eyeing our surroundings. Tiny is still flexing his hands and eagerly eyeing our surroundings for things to beat up. I can't help but sigh. Both of my pets are soaking in the desire for strength, which I understand. Now that I've reached Tier 5, my strength has skyrocketed. Chrynus doesn't want to feel useless, and Tiny doesn't want to fall behind. He doesn't want to fall behind. I need to get my hands on appropriate level cores for them in preparation. Tiny will need a rare core, and who knows where I can get my mandibles on one of those. I think Chrynus will be fine with a special core evolution. Trying to absorb a rare core at her tier may not be safe. Let's keep looking around. We must be getting close to the forest expanse by now. The 3 of us clean ourselves up, scanning our defeated foes for cores to absorb, and eating a little biomass before moving on. I've been trying to get back to the place I met Formo. The obvious place to start our search. 3 days we've been pushing through the twisting tunnels of the dungeon, taking a brief nap to refresh ourselves after the first 15 hours. We're far from the colony here, and the support from my vestibule has begun to fade. I'm honestly surprised it goes this far. I'm a long way out, after all. Perhaps further mutations to increase the range will keep me in touch with my siblings from a truly ridiculous distance. Food for thought. The tunnels before us are dark and oppressive now that the light of the walls has faded to a muted glow. Jagged stone formations cast pointed shadows at odd angles, and the constant shrieking roar of monsters has been replaced by the muted scurrying and furtive battles I recall from my youth. The mana levels are still higher than they were when I was born, but we're back to a far more comfortable state of affairs. Travelling is certainly more comfortable than it was before. We pick our way through the tunnels, my focus honed in on my antennae, ensuring that I pick up every lurking creature. Running through all these tunnels is doing wonders for my tunnel map. I'm filling in all sorts of new territory. As this tiny slice of the dungeon continues to unfold in my mind map, the thousands of varying-sized tunnels twisting and branching in every direction, the sheer size and complexity of the dungeon is starting to come into view. It's big. Real big. Wait a sec. Tentacles? Watch out, master! From her traditional riding position on my back, Crynis whips out a few tentacles to grab a nearby stone pillar and drags me to one side just as another set of tentacles whip through the air where I'd been just a moment before. Crynis? What the hell? It's not me. I processed that for a second. Another Jellymore? I'd been slow to react, because when I see tentacles in my future sense, I ignore it. It's always Crynis. Just as I realise what is attacking me, Crynis releases a decidedly un-Crynis-like growl of rage. Crynis? What's... Before I can even ask what's wrong, there's an explosion of dark limbs within the narrow tunnel, blocking my sight entirely. The almost black tentacles writhe through the air. With a shriek of rage, Crynis throws herself from my back and rapidly expands. In seconds, the tunnel is completely filled with shadowed limbs, and I can't for the life of me tell which tentacles belong to which creature. Tiny and I back off, helpless to discern where exactly we should attack. Crynis, are you all right? Die! Yikes! Something about this has really gotten underneath Crynis' skin. Wanting to help my pet, I scramble up the side of the tunnel to get a better view. Wanting to help my pet, I scramble up the side of the tunnel to get a better view. As my claws grip the stone, I'm a little dismayed at the difficulty of hauling my newfound bulk off the ground. Damn! This mass and size are really weighing me down, eh? Literally. Gritting my mandibles, I get myself upside down to try and push forward. Unfortunately, the tunnel is still a wall of battling tentacles in front of me. Crynis' main body is pushing forward toward the conflict, eager to close the distance, and I decide to do the same. Here we go. Try something new. Upside down dash of power. My legs scream at the load as I activate my dash skill whilst hanging upside down. In less than a second, I smash into the wall of coiling limbs, my sheer size pushing them out of the way through momentum alone. Beyond, I see something I did not expect. Similar to Chrynus in a way, the monster resembles a dark flower made of shadow and tentacles. Thick limbs like petals rotate around the center. Thick limbs like petals rotate around the center of a giant, dripping maw suspended on a stock-like pillar of limbs. The head of this monstrous flower tips from side to side while an increasing number of tentacles extend from the body to combat my pet. Is this thing more evolved than Chrynus is? Is this thing more evolved than Chrynus is?
Next chapter. What time is it? How long? 3 hours and 7 minutes of streaming so far. What time is it? 1:11 p.m. So just an hour and about 50 minutes left of this stream. It feels good to do this much narration at once. It just feels like, yeah, I'm getting shit done. Fucking awesome. I mean, we're already 12% into the book. And it's a pretty long book. So, well, let's see. Yeah, we're about to hit 2 hours, or I don't know, not 2 hours. We're about to hit about an hour and a half of, an hour and 40 minutes of audio here. I just love how quickly this book goes by for me as I'm narrating. It just comes out so natural.
Chapter 11. Shadow Flower.
Die!
Chrynus shrieks as she continues. Chrynus shrieks as she continues her furious tentacle assault, one that is matched by the dark flower in intensity. Their conflict is practically an enormous pile of shoelaces actively trying... Their conflict is practically an enormous pile of shoelaces actively tying themselves into knots. That interaction takes a darker turn as both sets of shoelaces extend differing but equally savage barbs that tear into each other with abandon. The tunnel reverberates with the sound of buzzing and rending as the two shadow creatures slice each other apart. Their shadow flesh is curiously pliable and doesn't offer much resistance to the cutting force as bits and pieces of both start to litter the floor.
All right, one sec, guys. I'm going to go dump this tea because it's a lot of leaves.
Honey and tea. Lemon infused honey, that is.
Very nice.
Litter the floor. Chrynus, are you okay there?
Die! Die, 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 die!
It's just so funny. Like, I think Crynis is one of my favorite characters because she's got such extreme character traits.
Is all I get in response. Holy moly, she dove right off the deep end. She dove right off the deep end. I need to assist. Not that I think Crynis will lose in this Jellymaw showdown. Not that I think Crynis will lose in this Jellymaw showdown. I just want to ensure she doesn't get too torn up in the process. Indeed, she's already begun sprouting new tentacles to replace those that have been lost, and those limbs whip through the air to battle alongside their brethren in the Great Tangle. From my precarious position on the ceiling, I notice... From my precarious position on the ceiling, I notice the shadow flower extending limbs like roots across the floor of the tunnel, burrowing into the soil, but I also managed to see the creature's own shadow deepening to black, darker than night. But I also managed to see the creature. At that moment, I make use of my new and improved business district to fire my sizzling product at the enemy. Pow! 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 How do you like that for an express delivery? The acidic fluid rockets fast enough to produce a piercing whistle, and the flower, not 10 meters away from me, recoils as if struck by stones when my projectiles strike home. At that speed, I suppose the liquid would feel rather solid. Hadn't thought of that. Though less splashy than usual, I'm happy to see that the acid still gums up and starts burning its way through the shadow flesh of the flower at a prodigious... I'm happy to see that the acid still gums up and starts burning its way through the shadow flesh of the flower at a prodigious rate. Pow! 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 Plenty more where that came from, you offensive rose of death! And I mean plenty more. With the full weight of my new production system back there, my acid has become the potent weapon it was when I... And I mean plenty more. With the full weight of my new production system back there, my acid has become the potent weapon it was when I'd first been born. Ah... The nostalgia is real. Back when I was so weak that everything I saw was a threat. And ranged combat was my only viable path to victory. The memories. The terrifying, harrowing memories. Things have come a long way since those days, thank Gandalf. For now, let's focus on what's truly important, quenching the white-hot rage that burns within the heart of my poor eldritch monstrosity of infinite horror. The flower isn't enjoying my new and improved product by any means. It writhes in pain, 100 tendrils coiling around itself to shield it from my wrath. Not likely, you Crynis irritating flower. It's way harder than that to get away from me. My legs are still straining to hold my more impressive bulk attached to the ceiling, but I'm able to scurry forward and bring myself closer to the creature just as Crynis completes her work with the shadows. Suddenly, a dozen ravenous, barbed limbs rise from the floor and latch onto the beast, hungrily tearing into its flesh. Just in time for me to apply my mandibles. Omen Trump! A huge chunk of stamina drains away as the nightmarish dark mandibles manifest before me and slice through the air. Shadow flesh isn't the toughest stuff in the world to start with, and in the face of such a powerful skill, the limbs extending from the flower are shorn away like hair caught in a barber's scissors. A frankly disgusting amount of limbs flop to the ground, and with a psychic shriek of savage joy, Chrynus bounds forward, her jaws wide open to reveal the cavernous, dark void within. I have to admit, the shadow flower puts up a valiant defence. It has a remarkable amount of shadow flesh in the tank, and if I'm not mistaken, there's something fancy going on with those roots. Flipping on my mana sense, my suspicion is confirmed. The creature has penetrated tentacles deep into the ground and is sucking mana up at a furious rate. In fact, that might explain its prodigious capacity to create shadow flesh. If the creature had some sort of capacity to convert mana into shadow flesh quickly, that would be an interesting solution to the problem. If the creature had some sort of capacity to convert mana into shadow flesh quickly, that would be an interesting solution to the problem Chrynus attempted to solve with her shadow flesh generation gland. This shadow flower is an interesting design based on the original Jellymaw. Hang on a second. Design? Ah, crap. Suddenly suspicious, I turn my gaze at the creature itself. A powerful core blazes inside it. Probably not rare, but pushing the upper limits of special for sure. I can't shake the feeling this creature is a little more carefully put together than the dungeon's own scattershot approach. Hold on, Chrynus! I call. Too late. Feast! She hisses viciously as her maw opens wide. What happens next is not meant for mortal eyes. The process of one Jellymaw consuming another is, I can only imagine, the sort of thing dark gods whisper to each other at their evil clubs of nefariousness to make each other shiver. It was loud, it was messy, it was not quick. Tiny and I look down at the now shrunken Chrynus, who appears to be covering herself with tentacles in order to shield herself from what she must assume is our judging gaze. Chrynus? Don't look at me. I've disgraced myself. You really haven't. I lost control. As if I haven't. Let's not mention Tiny. Tiny nods in solemn agreement. I'm not worthy of your words, Master. Please disregard this disgusting servant. That isn't... Like a distant wave rushing from a kilometre away to inside my head within a second, a formless pressure builds and then explodes into my consciousness with an audible snap. Holy heck, that's smart! All right, here goes. We got some suffos here. So let me, I need to look them up. I need to look up these damn voices. And I need book one.
Very easy. Chapter 91.
Text copyright 2022 by Athon Books. Production copyright 2022. Chapter 91. Breaking. Well then, Formo, could you tell me more about the other monsters like me you mentioned?
Oh, yes! Ha! Now, let me consult my people for a moment.
You can
Okay.
still talk to them.
So that's actually the goddess of mischief from Everybody Loves Large Chest. So. Whew.
I say, you cretin! I say, you cretin! I say, you cretin! What in the name of bosh have you done to my servant?
Love you too, Lazy. Okay. The mental contact is powerful, skillful, and as loud as a foghorn blasting within an ear canal. Oh, you wouldn't happen to be a Sophos, would you?
Oh ho! So you know what you've done, you rapscallion. I'll strip out your core and mould you into a footrest. How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Maybe you shouldn't have left your pet out in the tunnels on its own if you cared so much.
I could read that, you twit! Don't you even start with me! I'll feed you to my worm and laugh! Laugh, I say!
I do not want to be fed to one of those worms.
Wait a second, I interject. Any chance you know Formo? We came looking for him. He knows me. Come on, Formo, please don't be a recluse that nobody's ever heard of.
Why didn't you say so? I'll come find you, old boy. Hold tight.
Oh, no, that's Formo.
Why didn't you say so? I'll come find you, old boy. Hold tight.
Thank you, Formo. Thank you from your shriveled legs to your bulbous, eyeless head.
Next chapter, yay! My life for the colony, Leroy Jenkins. You know what? I did not listen to Annie's performance of the Leroy Jenkins. Did she do it right? Did she pull it off?
Chapter 12. The Sophos Village. When our guide appears before us, I do a quick double take, as he's remarkably similar to Formo in appearance.
Okay. I'm still actually kind of uncertain that the last Sappho's line was supposed to be Formo.
The impression is somewhat reinforced when he arrives riding on the back of a tremendously fearsome worm monster. The Sophos are quite small, with thin, gangly arms and legs that support an unimpressive torso. Without eyes, or perhaps even ears, the Sophos have an impressively bulbous head that they can't seem to hold up properly, resulting in a hunched posture that makes them look even smaller than they ought to. They appear completely hairless and somewhat wrinkly, which I can easily tell since they don't wear any clothes other than a loincloth. Since they don't wear any clothes other than a loincloth. Since they don't wear any clothes other than a loincloth.
What ho! Are you the dastardly creatures who throttled my creation?
I take that as my cue to step forward. Yes. Hello there. We come in peace. Had we realised the creature we were battling belonged to one of the Sophos, we'd have left it well enough alone and...
What in the name of the Core Forge is that?
And...
What in the name of the Core Forge is that?
I can't help but frantically look around to see what he's screaming about, but the guy doesn't even have eyes. How the hell am I supposed to know what he's looking at? His head didn't even move. I'm not sure what you mean.
Your pet! How in the blazes did you get your grubby mandibles on... How in the blazes did you get your grubby mandibles on one?
Are you referring to Tiny? I mean, he's a big old gorilla. There's a few of them in the forest expanse, I'm sure. We can't be far from it. I'd be happy to take you.
No, you blithering numbskull! The lightning fist ape is as common as mud after it rains on a mud farm. I'm talking about the shadow creature!
Crinus. Just got lucky, I suppose.
Give her to me!
Nope. A brief silence descends between myself and the Sophos, who imperiously looks down at me, maybe, from atop his powerful worm mount. I get the feeling he never considered the possibility I might say no to such a request.
It would seem to me that you owe me reparations after destroying my creation.
Even if the volume hasn't changed, it feels as if his tone has become a little less demanding.
It would seem to me that you owe me reparations after destroying my creation.
You may be right about that, I'm happy to admit.
If you give me control of your pet, then I shall consider... If you give me control of your pet, then I shall consider the debt erased.
No chance. Silence descends once more.
Why?
The Sophos finally demands. I don't have to think on the answer. These aren't simply my pets. They are my friends. You don't just give away friends that have battled loyally by your side. That's just nuts. The Sophos glares incredulously.
Boy! They are magically compelled to serve you loyally.
I shrug my antennae. Don't care about that. Hey, wait a second. How in the heck did you know I was a boy? With his sightless gaze, the Sophos is likely considering how to punish my disrespectful self when a great, booming laugh rattles into my head.
It's rare to see someone with a true respect for the master pet bond outside of my kind. What a treat! A treat, I say! As to the other, I may have no eyes, but the blasted dungeon can't hide much from me. We see much that it would rather remain hidden.
In a surprising move, the Sophos leaps from the back of his mount to land quite lightly before the head of his worm and draws near to us.
My name is Tyrimon. Allow me to guide you to our conclave.
Hello, Tyrimon. I'm Anthony, this is Tiny and Crynis. Nice to meet you. Our journey to the village is a little unpleasant. I can still remember the modes of transport I enjoyed back on Earth. Buses, cars, bikes, all that normal stuff. I never thought I'd yearn quite so hard to return to those simple times quite so hard as I do whilst riding on the back of a giant, slithering rockworm. You can't see a thing, for starters. The worm is almost as thick as the tunnel, so we're forced to squeeze into gaps when some of the body ring segments are smaller than the others. The worm is almost as thick as the tunnel, so we're forced to squeeze into gaps where some of the body ring segments are smaller than the others. Tiny and I smack our heads more than a few times on the tunnel walls. That would be bad enough, but then Tyrimon turns round to apologise about having to shut our minds down a brief moment before my consciousness is smothered from within my own head. I awake to find myself within a strange cavern with another Sophos peering into my compound eyes. Something about the colouring of his leathery skin tickled my mind. Or perhaps that was the mind bridge that springs up so effortlessly between us. Formo?
Nice to see you again, old boy. Nice to see you again, old boy.
There we go. And let's go back to this one.
Why didn't you say so?
All right.
Why?
Come on now.
Why didn't you say so? I'll come find you, old boy. Hold tight.
Thank you, Formo. Thank you from...
God damn it! I love voicing these stupid Sophos. It's fucking hilarious.
Chapter 12. The Sophos Village.
Nope.
Chapter 13. Formo returns. Is there a particular reason why you Sophos are so loud?
Loud? We're talking mentally, you cretin! Not a sound is made!
Formo, you know exactly what I mean. Every time I form a mind bridge with a Sophos, I've had my head rung like a bell. Can you tone it down a little?
We are simply exuberant, my boy, full of beans.
I seriously doubt you eat beans, Formo.
Well, not unless it was a bean monster, I suppose.
Just take it down a notch, please.
I shall try. I must say, young Anthony, I didn't expect to see you again. Judging by your change in size, you've been quite productive over the course of the wave.
Well, once the colony got rolling, the wave was almost more help than harm.
I wonder if you understand why that might have been the case.
I'm not sure what you mean.
No matter. Come, my boy, let us wander this way. My domicile is found near the forge.
Continuing our stroll through the Sophos community, I'm not sure what I expect. I'm not sure what I expected, but the place is more humble than I'd assumed it'd be. Let's try it again. Continuing our stroll through the Sophos community, I'm not sure what I expected, but the place is more humble than I'd assumed it'd be. After my first meeting with Formo, I envisioned the Sophos to be an all-powerful community of core shapers without compare, living in the lap of luxury. That isn't the case. The village is built along wide tunnels with domiciles carved out of the rock. I asked where the giant worms and such lived, and was informed most of them live in holding areas beneath the village. Bit surprised at that. I thought they'd treat their pets a little better, considering how much they rely on them. Tiny and Crinus have been sent down there, as pets are discouraged in the upper levels. I've been assured they'll be treated with the utmost respect, and I really have no option but to trust them. Formo has never steered me wrong. Yet.
More tea.
The other thing that strikes me is the total lack of mana veins. The walls are bizarrely clear of them, light instead being provided by a series of core-powered light. The other thing that strikes me is the total lack of mana veins. The walls are bizarrely clear of them, light instead being provided by a series of core-powered lighting installations. I'm pretty darn interested in learning how the heck they do that, but Formo was cagey about it when I asked. Damn you, you bulbous-headed Sophos. Give me your secrets! On top of all that, there are so few Sophos. Most of them look fairly similar, the defining feature being the mottled colouring of their skin. Most have green skin, but some have patches of red or blue, even orange. Other than that, their featureless faces appear the same from one to the next. Mind you, they would probably say the same about us ants. I don't see a whole lot of your people around, Formo. Is it a market day or something? People sleeping in?
What? Of course not. There just aren't many of us. There just aren't many of us. We've worked hard to ruffle the dungeon's feathers, and it doesn't appreciate it. Not a whit. The spawn rate for Sophos is abysmally low as a result.
Even I can tell how bitter he is from his tone.
The spawn rate for Sophos is abysmally low as a result.
Might be someone outside doing something. I know my air conditioning's off. I'll be right back, guys. Weird. I only hear it in this room. Where is that coming from? Weird. Weird, weird, weird.
Or how bitter he is from his tone. How does that even work? The dungeon just up and decided your people were monsters.
Bah! You touch on a sore subject, old boy. You touch on a sore subject, old boy. We don't much like talking about it, but when the opportunity to rant... Ah! You touch on a sore subject, old boy. We don't much like talking about it, but when the opportunity to rant about the dungeon pops up, who am I to pass it up?
I'm sure I wouldn't know.
Indeed! My people were underground dwellers long before the dungeon appeared. When mana began to seep through the ground, we were the first to experience and make use of it. When the dungeon tunnels connected to ours, we were the first to come into contact with monsters and battle them. The surfacers ignored our warnings and laughed at our pleas for help. I have to say, their attitude towards us was much the same back then as it is now.
Oh, that's terrible.
Stiff upper lip and all that, old sport! Stiff upper lip or... Stiff upper lip and all that, old sport! It's tough to keep a good sophos down. We adapted, thrived even, but things began to change. After hundreds of years, we were so steeped in the manner of the dungeon that the stupid system couldn't differentiate between us and monsters. In an instant, like a switch was flipped, we lost our classes, couldn't bear young, our levels were gone, and only biomass could sate us.
My mind is boggled. What a tragedy! How the heck did they survive?
Just step this way. That was more than 1,000 years ago, and there are some of us still alive from that time. We were merely wiped out, I'm afraid to say. It was a close run. Luckily, we'd relied on our pets from the outset, and they did not desert us. Now, we build our settlements around any spawn point we know has produced a sophos, and we battle against the dungeon wherever we can.
How do you actually fight the dungeon? Is it a thing you can hit? I thought it was more of a nebulous sort of... entity.
This is fucking with my head so bad. Weird.
Entity.
I'm sure you guys don't hear it at all, and I'm just making a fuss of nothing.
I'm not sure how much I should share about my conversations with a mind that seems to think it runs the show around here. The sophos may already know about it, or they might pin me down and dissect me. They're pretty anti-system in general. Probably best if I play it cool. Probably best if I play it cool.
Oh, there is much about the dungeon that can be learned, even when it doesn't want you to. It is also possible to work against the interests of the dungeon once you know what it wants. For example, have you seen the expert profile of a creature after consuming a ton of it?
Ah, the profiles! I've unlocked a heap of those after all the fighting and eating that's gone on over the last few weeks. I've unlocked a heap of those after all the fighting and eating that's gone on over the last few weeks. Honestly, I haven't even bothered to read them all. Honestly, I haven't even bothered to read through them all. I actually unlocked Garralosh's full profile after eating her biomass. Considering there was only one of her, the expert profile was unlocked straight away. Just can't bring myself to read it yet. I mean, I killed and then ate her. I'd rather not learn something that will give me cause to regret it. As a fellow former human, I probably owe it to her. Sure I have. Those damn centipedes were the first.
Precisely! You were probably a mite taken aback. By what it said. That profile gives a little insight into the dastardly intentions of the dungeon.
If I recall, that profile suggested the centipedes were proving to be a good species and would be propagated further.
Right, which means that species has been successful and the dungeon wants to see more of it. Spawn rates will go up and new varieties will be tried, perhaps a shadow variant on the second strata, or even farther down than that.
What? I squawk. Those filthy centipedes are trash. Trash, I say!
Indeed, old Spice. If you were to give the system what for, the best course of action would be to hunt down every claw centipede you could find and wipe them from the dungeon in one fell swoop, thus foiling the Blighter's plans.
Oh my god, I just fucking love this.
Those filthy centipedes are trash. Trash, I say!
Indeed, old Spice. If you were to give the system what for, the best course of action would be to hunt down every claw centipede you could find and wipe them from the dungeon in one fell swoop, thus foiling the Blighter's plans.
You know what? I just might. I'm certain the colony would be happy to follow me in an anti-centipede crusade. I hate those things.
Ah, just round here,
Formo says. The two of us turn a corner and I can't help but gasp. The space opens up into a massive cavern, and every surface is filled with circular workstations cut into the stone. Here and there, Sophos diligently meditate in the clear space in the centre of their stations, cores sitting in their gnarled hands as they strive to modify them to their wishes. There are cores everywhere. Every bench holds dozens of the things. In the middle of the cavern, a huge repository with tiered shelving runs from the floor to the ceiling, and each layer is covered in cores. I kind of drool a little.
Welcome to the Forge, you lucky devil! Not many get to see it, you know. Here we create the most fearsome pets the whole world over.
The pride is obvious as Formo slips in the control. The pride is obvious as Formo slips in the control of his volume. I don't mind too much. This is quite the sight.
And that's another chapter. I fucking love how fast this is going.
Chapter 14. Day Spa.
Most of our civilization was lost when the blasted system changed us. No need for farmers, artists, or poets when you're a monster. It was our ability to manipulate cores and create pets to fight for us that mattered, and over the years, we've taken that skill as far as we can.
We're relaxing in Formo's house, carved into the wall around the outside of the forge. The inside is as simple as the outside, a small number of rooms, a crude bed and furniture carved from the rock. Formo sits on a stone chair next to a small table, whilst I stand just outside with my head through the door. This part of the town isn't exactly made for monsters to move comfortably in, and the sofas are quite small. I'm a bit surprised you guys look so similar. Since you're monsters, shouldn't you have evolutions and all that? What tier are you, anyway? Formo's snort rings in my mind.
It's a touch rude to ask that sort of thing, old bean. Though, I don't mind, I suppose. We deliberately don't evolve much in order to keep our settlements in the upper levels of the dungeon. Most of us are tier 5 and a few of us are tier 6. We use mana concentration enchantments to bring mana up from below in order to sustain us. If we kept on evolving, that'd become impractical and we'd have to move down. This settlement is already something of an oddity, since most of our communities are in the second stratum.
Let's make sure. Close, okay.
Stratum.
It's a touch rude to ask that sort of thing, old bean. Though, I don't mind, I suppose. We deliberately don't evolve much in mind, I suppose.
What the fuck is that? It's driving me nuts. Where is this coming from? I need to stop worrying about it. It's nothing.
I don't mind, I suppose. We deliberately don't evolve much in order to keep our settlement. This settlement is already something of an oddity, since most of our communities are in the second stratum. This settlement is already something of an oddity, since most of our communities are in the second stratum. Better cause down there, you see.
I can imagine. Any chance you would share those enchantments?
Nope.
Damn it. The mana in the air is definitely more concentrated in here than in the tunnels outside, which is crazy, considering there aren't The mana in the air is definitely more concentrated in here than in the tunnels outside, which is crazy, considering there aren't any mana veins. Are they moving mana around with some sort of mana air conditioning system? Your friend Tyramon seemed very interested in my pet, Chrynus. Any particular reason for that?
Is that the tentacly one?
I nod. He begins to muse, one clawed hand coming up to stroke his narrow chin.
Yes. That's quite the rare specimen you have there. Quite rare indeed. Very new species. We encountered them for the first time during the wave, which I presume you did as well.
For sure. Scared the heck out of me.
Ha! I bet. It's not unusual for the dungeon to spit out new species during events like a wave. See how they fare. Now that things are calming down, we're quite keen to send an expedition to the lower levels to see what we can find.
I refrain from pointing out they won't see much, due to being blind. That's too cheap. That's too cheap, even for me. Blind. That's too cheap, even for me. No one's going to steal her, are they?
What? Theft? Nonsense! The Sophos aren't petty thieves.
Tyramon was pretty keen to get his hands on her.
Tyramon is a blithering idiot for letting his pet out into the tunnels unsupervised. If he wanted to test its performance, then he should have done so in the proving grounds. I'm sure he wanted to replace his lost specimen, but he got what he gosh darn deserved.
He stands, thin legs wobbling a little. As his oversized head begins to tip his balance.
Whoa there! Might as well pop down to the pens if you're worried. Wouldn't mind checking in on my own pets.
I have to back myself up a little in order to clear the doorway, and we pass through the forge where Sophos diligently work their craft. We come to an enormous staircase leading them up and down. These stairs are so massive, even Garralosh might have been able to navigate them. Makes sense, I suppose. There would have to be somewhere the Sophos could move their pets throughout their community. There would have to be somewhere the Sophos... Makes sense, I suppose. There would have to be somewhere the Sophos could move their pets throughout their community. That's probably why their streets are so wide to start with. The stairs curve, and it isn't long before we arrive in the downstairs area. My mandibles drop open reflexively. Had I really thought the Sophos would treat their pets poorly? I'm such an idiot. This area can only be described as the most luxurious stable I've ever seen. A trickling stream of mana-infused water meanders between spacious pens with high walls and comfortable amenities. The pets have beds. Beds! And they look so much better than what the Sophos themselves enjoy. In fact, one of those enormous worms is comfortably nestled on an enormous padded cushion in a nearby pen. A pile of biomass rests next to the languid worm, and there's a Sophos massaging the great beast. A pile of biomass rests next to the languid worm, and there's a Sophos massaging the great beast. In fact, there are far more Sophos here than upstairs. They move from pen to pen, checking on creatures, or just resting. They move from pen to pen, checking on creatures, or just resting alongside them. They don't appear to be doing much physical labour, which is understandable, considering how weak they are. Instead, they direct other pets to do the heavy lifting. Seems as if your people spend more time down here than upstairs.
Harumph. Harumph. We can't have children anymore, you know. The dungeon doesn't allow natural reproduction. The dungeon doesn't allow natural reproduction from monsters, not in the way we could before. My people invest most of their energy in their pets. They're the only children we'll ever have. Of course, not all pets are treated this way. Some are disposable soldiers, an unfortunate reality of living in the dungeon. Those who've been with us for a long time, though, it's hard when they die.
I understand. I've wanted to try and find a way to free my pets.
You don't want them to be compelled to follow you, but do so from their own choice?
Right! Nice to meet someone who understands my principle.
Smashing empathy there, chap. But I have to say we haven't found a way to do it. When you reconstitute a core, the bond is formed, and we don't know how to sever it.
Dang.
Smashing empathy there, chap.
Speaking of my pets, I find them resting in the lap of luxury within a pen, weighted on hand and foot. Tiny is loving life as he reclines in a padded chair that seems designed to hold his sorts of weight, munching on handfuls of biomass. Chrynus, for her part, is cringing against the wall, trying to hide herself from a small crowd of 6 sophos who are staring at her, motionless. Now, of course, I know they're probably having a rich and loud mental conversation, but I have to say, it looks rather creepy. I can feel Formo weaving together a mind bridge in mere seconds as he attaches us to what I can... I can feel Formo weaving together a mind bridge in mere seconds as he attaches us to what I can only describe as a mind web, a multi-link bridge construct between the sophos.
What is all the hubbub?
He bellows.
No need to butt in, you peasant!
No need to butt in, you peasant!
Comes the sharp reply. As they erupt amongst themselves, I wander over to Chrynus. How's it going there, Chrynus? How long have they been here? The whole time. Oof.
All right, a little bit less than an hour left for today's stream. Gosh, it's just gone by so quick. I love narrating this book, this series. Ugh. How you guys feeling? You having fun? We're at the 150-minute mark on the set. Let's see. %, of the book has been narrated now.
Chapter 15. The Real Art of Core Shaping. Do you guys mind? My pet is feeling a little put upon here. As one, the sophos turn on me.
Mind yourself, boy! The experts are talking!
Yikes. Not one to mince words, this one. Although I could say the same for all the sophos I've met. They're universally loud and pugnacious.
Okay, this is a different one.
Mind your...
Mind yourself, boy! The experts are talking!
Yikes.
That's his pet, you nincompoop!
How dare you!
Oh, I dare that and more!
Formo, you slack-jawed ninny! I'll make pyjamas out of your favourite pet for your words!
You want to try it, Asanan? I'll turn your house into a biomass pantry and laugh heartily!
Calm down! Sheesh! No need to get so worked up. I interject. They turn on me once more.
This is merely banter, old boy. Conflict between Sophos is, well, it's unheard of.
And not just because we can't talk.
Oh-ho! Jolly good jape!
Quite so!
Oh man, what the fuck does that word mean anyway? Jape. A practical joke. Okay.
I'm not sure if my burgeoning headache or weariness will become more pressing in the short term. These damn Sophos are exhausting.
We were merely examining the choices you'd made with your pet.
It just cracks me up to play as them at all.
The one named Asanan shouts at me. I don't see why it's so interesting. For the most part, I let Chrynus make her own choices. Silence falls at my words as the Sophos sightlessly stare at me. Then they turn back to studying Chrynus. Anthony,
you really let your pets make their own evolution decisions?
yes?
Even that one?
Formo points and Tiny. Formo points and Tiny as... Formo points at Tiny as the ape continues to shovel handfuls of biomass into his face. Yep.
You didn't design their evolutions? Or manually control their evolutions?
I did a little work. I did a little work on Chrynus before I reconstituted her, but my skill levels were low back then, and still are compared to yours, so I wasn't able to get much done. For the most part, I let them pick what they think will work out.
Why?
The other Sophos are obviously listening along the communal line as Formo queries me. I'm not sure why they have such an interest, and I become a little defensive. Look, I'll come clean. On the one hand, I can't be bothered to micromanage every little thing. On the other, they have their own minds, even if they're pets. They can decide what they want and how they want to go about it. These are big decisions, after all.
We don't disagree with that. We just find it interesting that your pets were able to make quite good decisions without your input.
Really?
Yes. Although with that one...
Really? He points at Tiny again.
You'll need to intervene. The Lightning Fist Ape is an interesting creature, but it chews up its own mental attributes every time it evolves, until it eventually becomes effectively mindless. We rarely bother with them due to the hassle, but if you can find a balance, it could prove to be strong.
That's great advice.
We tend not to give our pets such free rein, but I can respect your choice to do so.
Thanks.
We really can't decide how much potential this new shadow beast has.
Another member of the Chrynus fan club interjects.
It's an interesting new application of the shadow flesh archetype. I'm curious to see how it will evolve.
Well, I think Chrynus is pretty darn close to evolving right now. Aren't you, Chrynus? Yes, Master.
Yes, old chap. We can see that by looking at her core.
Formo says. How the heck can you look at her core without touching her? How the heck can you look at her? How the heck can you look at her core without touching her? I can almost feel the Sophos rolling their non-existent eyes.
Level up your skills, Anthony. We hardly waste time on core shaping our real pets until we reach rank 6.
6? Sheesh. I created a whole new species of ant monster. I created a whole new species of ant monster, and I'm only rank 3 in core shaping.
You did what?
Hello, Alex38, or were you saying goodbye? Good day as in goodbye.
Good day, sir.
I get a solid mental blast right in the sconce at that. All of the Sophos stare at me once more, but this time the air is a little more tense. I modified the Queen's core to produce offspring more like me, and the species of the entire colony, including myself, changed when they were born.
What a blasted thing to do! Incredible!
Inspired!
Bloody fantastic is what it is!
Anthony, my boy!
Oh man. Okay, good. Good to see you, Alex. Thanks for dropping by.
They were born.
What a blasted thing to do! Incredible!
Inspired!
Bloody fantastic is what it is!
Anthony, my boy!
Oh shit. Why is shouting so funny? Oh shit. I can hardly prepare myself to even just do these new lines because I'm smiling so bad.
Formo is back to his head-thumping loudest.
Creating a new species is a grand achievement, especially for a lost soul such as you. Good show! Good show indeed!
Shit. I am dying. This is so stupid. I love it. Ugh. Fuck. Come on, face. Stop it.
His pronouncement is met with a chorus of good show, and indeed yes, from the gallery. His pronouncement is met with a chorus of... His pronouncement is met with a chorus of good show, and indeed yes, from the gallery.
Oh, fuck.
Phew! For a second there. Phew! I have to admit, for a second there, I thought you guys might get angry at me for making super intelligent monster ants.
Bah! We're not so easily frightened. We fought off swarm monsters dozens of times. Hundreds! We are not intimidated by ants.
Fuck, I can't stop smiling.
You know, that's nice to hear. It's good to find people who aren't afraid of monsters.
What bosh? We are monsters!
I even made a caste within the colony who are dedicated to core shaping after I was inspired by Formo's pet. I even made a caste within the colony who are dedicated to core shaping after I was inspired by Formo's pets.
Outrageous! How dare you, insect! Now that is threatening.
What? Really?
No! Of course not! What?
I feel like I need to make one more track. I gotta hear this play out.
Phew! I have to admit, for a second there, I thought you guys might get angry at me for making super intelligent monster ants.
Bah! We're not so easy.
Monster ants.
Bah! We're not so easily frightened. We fought off swarm monsters dozens of times. Hundreds! We are not intimidated by ants.
You know, that's nice to hear. It's good to find people who aren't afraid of monsters.
What bosh? We are monsters!
I even made a caste within the colony who are dedicated to core shaping after I was inspired by Formo's pets.
Outrageous! How dare you, insect! Now that is threatening.
What? Really?
No! Of course not!
Oh, fuck. Alright. Oh, shit. I sagged to the floor a little, my legs splaying out.
Yup. Definitely exhausting to deal with. Almost as if taking pity on me, the Sophos gather around to pat me on the carapace with their gnarled hands.
Ha! It's rare that we find someone who values the shaping arts to such a degree. We're impressed, Anthony.
Thanks, Formo.
Lost souls such as yourself are not often in such a good position as you. Most that we come across are disturbed, even from the beginning. That you have been able to defy the dungeon and find a place in it is impressive.
Thanks. I've only run into one other of my kind, and that was Garralosh.
She died recently, did she not?
How do you know?
There are ways.
Oops.
Be mysterious, then. I know you mentioned another that you'd met.
Young Sarah. Fine young woman bear.
Bear?
Indeed.
How is that fair?
What? That she started as a... What? That she started as a powerful bear and Garralosh started as a fiendish crocodile, whilst you were an ant?
Exactly!
Just another reason to hate the dungeon.
Quite so!
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear! Hear, hear! Hear, hear!
Just another reason to hate the dungeon.
Quite so!
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear! Hear, hear!
Hear, hear! No need to remind me about that. These guys seriously carry a grudge.
Come, young ant monster! Let us discuss the fine art of core shaping, and if you wish, we can speak of what we know of your kind.
That'd be great!
Oh, fuck. My face hurts. My face hurts from doing that chapter. Man. All right, chapter 16. We're doing real good here, folks. We're doing real good. Let's get some more. My favorite is the really high-pitched one. My face is still struggling. I'm still having a hard time. All right, 30 more minutes, guys, until the stream is over. Just want to remind you, our Halloween sale is still going on. It's going on until the day after Halloween. So don't forget, go visit our website. On the front page, you will find a link to the landing page for the Halloween sale, in which you will see, on which you will see a list of all the spooky titles that we have on sale, 20% off. Excuse me. This includes Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon and Seance High Falls, which are cinematic audio series. Excuse me. And if you hit the buy whole series button on either of them, then they will all get added to your cart every episode, and then they will be discounted for the buy all button already. And then on top of that, there's another 20% off. So don't forget, go check that out. See if there's anything there that you haven't listened to yet that you have been meaning to, or see if you can discover something that you didn't know was on there. And yeah, I'm sure you guys will have a spooky fun time with our Halloween stuff. Any suggestions for someone that is not big into spooky/horror? From our website, Stars Have Eyes by Neven Ilyev. I don't know if you've listened to Everybody Loves Large Chests. He's the author of Everybody Loves Large Chests. However, this is a complete 180 from Everybody Loves Large Chests. Instead of it being a sociopathic monster going on a crazy rampage in a fantasy world, it's about... Oh yeah, Space Buns is also on sale. Because there's costumes and there's a Halloween party. But anyway, so The Stars Have Eyes is about some guy named Joe, and he ends up dating basically a Cthulhu monster. But it's very sweet, it's very wholesome, it's surprisingly heartfelt and human, and it's one of my favorite projects, actually. I personally like it better than Everybody Loves Large Chests, because it's just got more depth to it. So yeah, that whole series, that's all cinematic, so you hit that add all to cart button, you'll get a discount on each episode. The Stars Have Eyes by Neven Ilyev. And yeah, other than that, last little commercial here is for Dungeon Crawler Carl, the audio immersion tunnel. Episode 1 is available for free on our app and in the store. And if you like it, you can pre-order the rest of the season. Tuesday, October 31st, is the release of episode 2, and we're going to have another release every 2 weeks after that. Each episode, you buy each episode on its own, or you can pre-order the whole season and get a little discount on every episode that way. And when you pre-order a season, those titles get added to your library immediately as they release. So you guys have to, let's see, the cost for the whole season, all 7 episodes after episode 1, is just $20.99 or $21. $4 a piece if you buy them individually. If you buy the whole series at once, $3 a piece. So I think you guys are really going to love it. I absolutely love episode 2, which is this close to being finished. We're easily going to be able to release it in time on Tuesday. It's an amazing piece of audio. Yes, please go check those out. I really highly recommend it. Chapter 16. The Fire of Industry. No, this is a third person chapter. Okay. Chapter 16. The Fire of Industry. Tungstat snapped back to alertness with a start. Though her mind was still fuzzy with fatigue, she pushed her feet beneath her with alacrity, energy surging through her body. There was so much to do, so much work, so much discovery. It was electric.
How could a Formica sapiens possibly rest when the tasks to perform lay spread before them like a delicious banquet? Impossible. She charged out of the chamber she was resting in to find the tunnels filled with frenzied ants. I always want to say ants. She charged out of the chamber she was resting in to find the tunnels filled with frenzied ants. Pheromones blazed against her antennae, the air thick with ants communicating at a rapid pace.
Hurry up! I've got to get to the new crafting district yesterday. Not my fault you're late, slacker. Quit polluting the air with your nonsense. Some of us are trying to discuss construction theories. Take it to a workshop or chamber. This is completely not the place for that.
Okay, let's make...
Construction theories. Take it to a workshop or chamber. Hurry up! I've got to get to the new crafting district yesterday. Not my fault you're late, slacker. Quit polluting.
So just remember, guys, that's actually going to be Annie's part, so I didn't have to actually do a good job. Just wanted to space them properly. Oh, bye, Goddess. Happy to see you again. Hope to see you again soon. All right.
The Carver Cast, the Carver Cast, the Carver Cast Council, the Carver Cast Council member. The Carver Cast Council member took it all in, then threw herself into the crush. In an instant, she was buffeted on all sides by ants of all castes as they rushed to get to a hundred different places. In an instant, she was buffeted on all sides by ants of all castes as they rushed to get to 100 different places. Her position as a council member afforded her no extra consideration from her siblings. They cared only for the task at hand. She followed the branches of the tunnel toward her first stop, the brood chambers. Upon arrival, she couldn't help but feel delighted by the masses of young, hundreds of them, lovingly cared for by dozens of tenders. This early in the day, the brood was being transferred to higher chambers in order to benefit from the warmth of the sun. Tungstant frowned. The humans used fires in order to warm enclosed spaces. It was a crude system, to be sure, and the smoke would be troublesome. Perhaps she should check in with the mage caste to see if they were Perhaps she should check in with the mage caste to see if they were making headway with enchanting. It should be relatively simple to produce a core enchanted to generate heat. With some care, the brood chambers could be at the optimal temperature for the entire day. More work to be done, but rather than crushed, she was delighted. Her mind was afire with the possibilities. The visits to the human... The visits to the human village had been everything the eldest promised they would be. Access to a civilization with thousands of years of learning behind them was invaluable. Of course, the people of the village were still struggling in the aftermath. Of course, the people of the village were still struggling in the aftermath of their kingdom being laid to waste, but the ants had been able to extract an... Of course, the people of the village were still struggling in the aftermath. Of course, the people of the village were still struggling in the aftermath of their kingdom being laid to waste, but the ants had been able to extract a tremendous amount of information. Forging, construction, enchanting, agriculture had all been new concepts to the colony. They'd pestered the humans endlessly and started experimenting straight away. And with experimentation came new skills, and new skills meant grinding.
Florence, how goes the brood?
The brood tender turned away from her charges to speak with her fellow council member.
Tungstant, as nice as it is to see you, we really are very busy. Could you make this quick? Oh, who has time for a conversation that's not quick these days? Who has... It's quick. Who has time for a conversation that's not quick these days?
Laughed the carver.
I was asked by the generals to check in. They wanted to know how many hatchlings we were expecting over the next few days. They've been attempting to scout out hunting grounds in order to provide enough experience, and they're worried there won't be enough.
Florence twitched her antennae, able to recall the numbers in an instant.
300. 324 tomorrow, and 357 the day after. Fair enough. How long until we reach full capacity? The first round of eggs from the new queens hatched yesterday. We expect them to enter the pupal stage in 5 days. Great! Have a great day, Florence. To you as well. Hey, Florence, to you as well.
The tenders were always so polite. If only the mages could follow their example, as that was Tungstant's next If only the mages could follow their example, as that was Tungstant's next destination. Back out into the connecting tunnels of madness she went, making her way to the mage chambers. Inside, dozens of mage-cast ants practiced their craft, grinding skills and experimenting with enchanting cores.
Got some work for us, Tungstant. Need to hand more tasks to the big thinkers in the colony. You do know carvers have higher cunning than mages, right? Speak not of this heresy. Actually, Propellant, I had something that might be right up your alley. Fire enchantments to keep the brood chambers warm. Oh, I see it. Yes, yes. Simplicity itself. Just make sure you test everything properly. I'll put a team of carvers on it as well. We can compare notes. Have your researchers made much progress? Have your researchers made much progress? We were only able to learn a small number of basic enchantments from the humans. Other than using those to grind our skills, making new breakthroughs is difficult. It's going to take time. Not to mention the lack of resources.
Tungstant looked out over the chamber. The colony still hadn't done much by way of architecture. Most chambers were just hollowed-out spaces of earth and rock without decoration, though she could see the beginnings of customization here. Each mage had carved out their own little workspace, demarcated by a small circle of raised dirt. Within each space, mage ants meditated, shaped mana. Within each space, mage ants meditated, shaped mana or engraved mana onto cores. Within each space, mage ants meditated, shaped mana or engraved mana onto cores. The cores were the key. They needed cores for new members of the colony, for the core... They needed cores for new members of the colony, for the They needed cores for new members of the colony, for the core shapers and enchanting. They needed cores for new members of the colony, for the core shapers and enchanting. The colony had an insatiable appetite for them, and there was only one way to get them. Fight and destroy monsters.
The soldiers and scouts are doing everything they can, Propellant said. We just have to make do with what we have.
Tungstant could only agree.
Keep in touch. Things are moving fast. We don't want to miss anything. You could say things are really heating up. Just... Why?
Intentional pause.
Just... why?
Oh, she doesn't like the pun.
Just... why?
Only too happy to leave the mages behind, Tungstant made her way back to the Carver workshops. Of all the casts, theirs had been the one to receive the newest knowledge from the humans. With so many areas of advancement to keep track of, she couldn't afford to be away for long. The workshops were where the carvers did the bulk of their work, and it was a flurry of activity as usual. Cobalt was watching over a team of carvers who were experimenting with new developments in earth magic.
How goes it, Cobalt?
Tungstant greeted her sibling.
Busy? Where have you been slacking this time?
Came the good-natured reply. Came the good-natured reply.
Has there been much progress? Since yesterday? No, of course not. These things take time. I just can't help but feel a little impatient. I understand that, sister. If we rush, we'll come to false conclusions. Steady progress is key. I've been told we'll be getting 400 new carvers in 3 days. That's more than we thought. Well, we do have work for them. Well, do we have work for them? We could find work for twice that number. Right. All of the casts are being pushed hard right now. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Looking out over the ever-expanding workshop, a burning passion rose in Tungstant's chest. Here and there, ants constructed forges, trying to create tools shaped to their claws to replicate the techniques they'd seen from the humans. Already a few had learned the skill. Next to them were experiments in enchanting, earth magic, and engraving. Along one wall, a carver was using earth magic to shape it, gouging neat and perfect lines into a mural. Artwork, a tapestry of stone and soil. Curious, she moved closer to inspect the work. It was still taking shape, but it was clear already what it would be. The eldest was depicted in bold lines, standing atop the fallen monstrosity of Garralosh. It was strange, the sensation of emotion that rushed through her abdomen as she beheld the picture. The power of images and storytelling. This was also something the colony would seize. They would seize everything.
Uh-oh. All right, guys. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish one more chapter. So, this is going to be it for today. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. 5 hours of narration time. Almost 5, like 4 hours and 50 minutes of narration time. I don't know. Plus, you can maybe take out 20 minutes for all the babbling I do between chapters. And got through 16 chapters. So, and we're at like 16% of the book. So yeah, we've been doing a really good job today. I'll be back at it on Monday. So, I'm going to try my best to do 5 hours a day. Every day next week. And actually, considering I got through 16% today, I think it's just going to be 2 cold reads for this whole series, because 2 5-hour streams, that's going to be more than 30%. So, Anyway, back at it on Monday. Watch out for YouTube or Facebook, wherever you guys get your news about us. Watch out. You'll see me popping up again at 10 a.m. Central. That's what time I have to get in there to make sure that I get a full 5 hours in with with my voice in good shape before I have to do meetings and stuff. So anyway, you guys are awesome. Thanks again for being a great audience. I hope you have a fantastic weekend and hope to see you Monday. Don't forget about the Halloween sale. Go to soundbooththeater.com, check it out. And if you want to check out the first audiobook of Chrysalis, if you haven't already, the link is in the description below. Later, guys.